pay raise. Sorry. We have critical roles to play in offering opinions, advising on matters, but no longer do we occupy that sweet corner office in our child's life. So let's look ahead. As I start my 4th year here at this remarkable university, I can tell you we are building success now, and we're planning for an even more incredible future in our classrooms and across our vibrant and growing campus. You may have seen Crimson Crossing under construction at the corner of University and Babcock. That's our main entrance. We will open this 6-story, 556-bed residence hall tomorrow. It's a brick and mortar testament to the surging undergraduate enrollment here at Florida Tech, and real testament to our STEM focus and future-proof degrees that continue to power evolving economies in our region, state, country, and world. And we continue to attract the best and brightest young minds. Visionary projects like Crimson Crossing are really just the start for us. Our master plan, which you can see online, has laid out a very ambitious and impactful roadmap of our campus growth and improvements for the next 20 years that reflects the foresight and really relentless excellence that Florida Tech is known for. In the meantime, our strategic plan that we began building in 2023, aptly named Forward Together, Boundless Potential, gives us a framework and focus for decision-making as we develop and fulfill initiatives now that strengthen Florida Tech's position as a leading national research university. So we're working for the present, and we're working for the near future, and we're also working for a decade or more out. This is the comprehensive, forward-looking approach that your student here will experience and benefit from during their time at Florida Tech. And it is what ultimately will help them find that great paying, impactful job they desire once they cross the stage at our joyous commencement ceremonies. All of that starts at the top with Florida Tech's Board of Trustees and their inspired leadership, and it's carried forward by our renowned faculty and our diligent staff. All of us, no matter our position, no matter our role, remain focused on the success of your students, who now include your loved ones. So, as your orientation nears its conclusion, be sure to give and receive lots of hugs today, lots of emotional support, and truly celebrate this unfolding new chapter in your life. I encourage you to do that. The New York Times best-selling author Brian Herbert told us, quote, "The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. And the willingness to learn is a choice. Take that choice." End quote. People who choose to learn are the ones who choose our future. Your children have chosen that path. And wisely, it starts here at Florida Tech. It's truly going to be an amazing year. I am looking forward to getting to know your sons and daughters. They have an amazing community here. Everyone seeking to support them for their success. So thank you. I hope you have a great day.
As always, a very difficult individual to follow. Dr. Nicola is wonderful and provides wonderful leadership and vision for our institution. My name is David McMahon. I'm the Vice President for Student Affairs, and I have only a brief moment to speak with you. But I want to make you a deal. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number. I carry it 24/7. So if you have your phone, go ahead and get it out, and I'm going to give you this information. I'll talk a little bit before I do that so you can get ready. But here's my deal. When I go and talk to your students in just a moment, one of the pictures I'm going to show them is a picture of a kindergartner clinging to their parent as they go and are left behind. Today, I see that picture with many of our parents clinging to their students, not believing that they are going away. But part of what I'm going to talk to them about is they're the adult now. Part of an educational experience is not just book knowledge, it is learning to manage to integrate and work within the adult environment, to be independent, to be autonomous, to be able to manage your own affairs. So I'm going to challenge them to take on the responsibility to work through their issues and challenges. That's part of our educational process. To be honest, if you look at our rankings for individuals that come out of this school from HR people in the field, they will tell you that our students are highly sought after because they are problem solvers, they know how to work with groups, and they know how to fix things on their own. Many of our young people coming out of COVID and working with their parents, the parents have gotten so adept at being the teacher, the parent, and every other role in their life that they are intervening before their students encounter any challenges. You've heard of the helicopter parent. That's been out there. Today's is a bulldozer parent. It is the individual who is going before their child and clearing the way so they are interacting with no impediments. That's a problem. Friction is part of growth. Challenges is what make us stronger. Your students are going to experience. They're coming out of environments where they were the smartest they've ever experienced. They may not even have to work that hard. They may have been skimming through compared to some of their peers. Here, it's going to rock the world. It is a highly intense, challenging academic environment. On the other side, there's a great deal of support for them to succeed. We are graduating the best. We are having students that are going directly into the work field with jobs in hand before they graduate. So the support services are there. Your students have already paid for them. It doesn't cost extra for tutoring, doesn't cost extra for office hours with a faculty member, but your students need to engage. We're going to reinforce that. You need to reinforce that. So here's my deal. My cell phone number is 423-470-2919. Again, that's 423-470-2919. Yes, in the back.
Could you repeat your name for me, sir?
David McMahon, M-C-M-A-H-A-N. I'm the Vice President for Student Affairs. And here's my offering, giving you my personal cell. Let your student attack the problem. Guide them to student affairs, guide them to their academic advisor to ask questions about how to continue to work the problem. When they come back to you and tell you they've done everything they can, call me. And I'll talk to you about how to coach them to do that next step. If it truly is an issue that they have done everything they have done and they've hit an impediment, I am there with you. We are partners, family, institution, and student to the success. But we need them to make that effort and own the fact that they succeeded in overcoming these challenges. That will help them grow and be ready to go out and attack the world. So, you got my number? I will be there for you when you need me, but do your best to be behind them, encourage them, support them, and know that they can overcome every challenge here. You can see by the graduates we turn out every single year, it's achievable. So, I heard a question for repeat. My number is 423-470-2919. I'm following up and speaking with you, my dean of students. My friend, my right hand, spoke to students yesterday and told them the same thing. If you're going to come out of this experience as a desirable, capable, top of your field individual, you need to work your way through the challenges and problems that are at the institution. Take advantage of all the resources that are here. You are set for success. You're set for success. Well, please feel free to give me a call if we come to that point. But otherwise, I look forward to meeting you and working with you. I'll see you again when we walk across that stage. Thank you so much.
What he's forgetting is he is not the Vice President of Student Affairs. We call him what? Veep. Veep. His name is Veep. So if you hear us say Veep, that's who we're really talking about. The students now call him Veep sometimes. Same thing. Hello again. I'm Dr. Kat Nanny. I'm the Dean of Students here at Florida Tech. Before I get started with my presentation, I wanted to take some time to go through the schedule with you guys so you understand what you're getting ready to experience. So on page 6 is the full schedule. We have welcome from all of us. Then we have our student advising that will be here, our wonderful director, Susan. We call her Susie, the best human on the planet. We'll go over student advising. Then we have student success and support services. You might get a backflip out of Rod. I don't know, he's like 52 now. He said he did it last year for me. I'll ask him to do it again this year. He is nuts. He's gonna be back and forth in this stage. He runs like 40,000 steps a day. He's crazy, but they will provide all the resources available from the Student Success and Support Center. Then we have student health and wellness, which is huge to learn about the services that are available to your students. And then you will head to your academic meetings. I got a lot of questions about this since we started orientation. What is an academic unit meeting? It is literally your opportunity to meet your professors. I mean this as respectfully as I can. This is probably going to be one of the last times you should be communicating with these professors. It is your student's job from now on. But this is your time to ask all of those questions that might embarrass your student, that you can do now without them being anywhere near you, because I guarantee there's other parents who are like, what'd you say? Yeah, I want to hear that one too. So the academic unit meetings locations are listed on this next page. It's on this page 7. Is there anybody in here with an applied math student? Applied math. They had a leak in the room, so you have now been changed to Crawford 220. So it's still Crawford building, but 220 instead of 332. That's the only change that happened. Then you'll come back and you can hear from my team about how we can get them involved, to get them engaged in their time here at Florida Tech. Veep, again, I'm not going to call him Veep, sorry guys. Veep did a really good job kind of explaining that. I think you guys know better than anyone. You hire people, you work in businesses, you've got to have involvement nowadays. To work in a team, you've got to have involvement. And we're going to go over all the ways that they can do that. Then we have our Title IX coordinator who will come up here and speak about Title IX. We have academic integrity and student conduct. He's scary, but like not really scary. He'll be our friends. But academic integrity is a big one, especially with AI. Now involved in the student academic experience. So he's going to go over that AI, all that information. Then we have campus safety, money matters. They'll be here to talk to you guys. Housing and residence side, campus dining. And then everyone's favorite, you get a Q&A from the current students. I am the only administrator in the room because they are very honest with me. Let me tell you, that's the culture I've created. So they know they can say anything they want to say. So they will be honest with you, and you can ask them the hard questions. Every year, the first question we get asked is, how many times should I call? And they're going to tell you, let us call you. Let us do that. But you can ask those questions to them, anything that you have that you need to understand or know. And then letting go and moving on are Dr. Patterson's. We have a Dr. and Mrs. Patterson that are an institution here at Florida Tech. They are amazing. They will provide a lot of knowledge, but they kind of go over letting go and moving on from all this fun stuff. Then we have the Family Farewell Bookstore Extravaganza, and then a Family Farewell Dinner, and then, again, as respectfully as I can say, they're ours now. We need to get them truly transitioned into their academic experience, and it makes it very difficult when we will legitimately, again, respectfully ask parents, can you not be here? We love you. But we really need to work with your student on this. So that is the entire schedule. You can come and go as you please. It is because you can do Q&As outside, so if you'd like to stay the entire time, we're going to have another set of food out here later for you. If you don't feel like going anywhere to get lunch, it's basically lunch. It's like a giant charcuterie board up there after the dinner rush, or the breakfast rush, excuse me. And then we will get you guys out of here and onto your lives without your little angels. But Vice President McMahon, he did a really great job of explaining. He is here for the parents, and while of course I am too, I talk to parents all the time. Literally was talking to a mom on the way into here. My responsibility, who I am responsible for and who I need to focus on and advocate for, are your students. That is my job, and I take that job very, very serious. So like I said, Cat Nanny, Dean of Students, only you guys will understand. Your students did not yesterday. My oldest, who just turned 14, just started high school yesterday, was not prepared. Drove off and I was bawling. I was like, what is wrong with me? This is terrible. College is much different, and I'm sure much more difficult, but it was hard, guys. And I really, really appreciate now, as a parent, understanding how hard this must be for you guys. But when she started middle school a couple years ago, her principal got up and told the story of who they were. And middle school is a big difference from elementary school. You guys know, just like college and high school are a big difference. And I was like, this lady weird, why is she telling me about herself? And then I realized I feel safer leaving her with this non-creepy person that I now know. I know that she has 3 dogs. I don't know why that made her more personable, but it did to me. So I've stolen that since that happened, and I like to introduce myself. And I think it's pretty cool because 2 orientations ago, I was actually introducing, and I start out with my dad, who was in the Air Force. And a guy in the back raised his hand and said, I know Colonel Mike. He literally had worked with my father. It was insane. So what a crazy thing to have happen. But in lots of pictures, this is me. I am a military brat. My dad was a colonel in the Air Force, retired colonel in the Air Force. He was a B-52 bomber, was a navigator and a bomber, then became a bomb specialist. And I was lucky enough, because he was the only bomb specialist for NATO, we got to live in Europe almost my entire life. It was the greatest experience. I'm an only child, so my mom also worked for the Air Force, but we lived that lovely life in Europe for a very long time. I then came here to America to go to college at the University of West Florida. Anybody from Pensacola? Yes, okay. This is like the first year I've ever had somebody. So in Pensacola, Florida, I went to the University of West Florida, and when I tell you I had the best experience ever. I joined a sorority, I was an NCAA athlete, I did everything I could get my hands on, and it shaped who I was, and I fully enjoyed it. Now, I did study political science, okay? I was 2 weeks away from going to a full ride law school shebang when I said to my parents, hey guys, I don't want to do that anymore. My dad did not speak to me for a solid week at all. And I said, just kidding, I've decided to go in higher education because of the experience that I had. I was like, I want to give that to students. I want to coach them. I want to mentor them. I want to do that. It worked out. My dad likes to say now, it worked out. It's all good. It's all good. But they were like, you want to do what? So that's not right. But I had the best experience, and that's why I went into higher education. Both my master's and my PhD are both in higher education. And then I moved down here. I've been at Florida Tech actually for 17 years. I have not left. I've worked at Auburn and a couple others in University of West Florida. But I can't leave. These students, guys, something special. They are something really, really special, and I will never leave them until they force me out. So I did meet my husband here. He's a 3-time Florida Tech grad. He has 2 mechanical engineering degrees and an ocean engineering degree. Anybody ever heard of McLaren, maybe? Probably heard of McLaren? He worked there, so he's done some really cool things in his life. He now works at Northrop. He's an engineering manager there. And fun fact, for every parent in the room, he actually has put a, they call it the blacklist at Northrop Grumman. Embry-Riddle is now on the blacklist because their math from engineering is not strong enough for them to hire them for the type of engineering job. So Florida Tech wins, my friends. Florida Tech wins. Yes, thank you. Thank you. He does it. He literally has a filter that filters them out now. And he's like, I'm sure they're nice kids, but I just can't hire them. We need the higher math. So he constantly hires Florida Tech grads. He'll come to me and be like, I've got 4 positions open. Who do you got? Who are we looking at? And one thing that he looks at, and I'm sure you guys hear this all the time, number one thing he looks at is how they were involved. He said if they didn't do anything, if it was one organization and they weren't a leader, I can't have them on my team. I can't do it. I've got to know. Nowadays, he likes to say, nowadays, everyone's got a 3.5. Everyone's got a good GPA. You need something that sets them different. Are they volunteering? Did they work in their labs? Did they join a fraternity? Were they on an athletics team? What were they doing in their student experience to amplify that, to know that they can work in a team to build, I don't know what he does, I'm not gonna lie to anybody, he builds something. But whatever they're doing there, they need that. So we have 2 daughters right over there. Charlotte just went to high school. She's just a baby, I don't understand. But that's Charlotte, our oldest, she's 14, and then Layton is 9 years old. And for those that have a second born, I think you'll know what I'm saying. She's a monster. I'm terrified of her. I'm terrified of her. I'm very grateful for the next one right here. I don't know if everyone can see it, but Florida Tech is a part of who I am, and obviously who my husband is. And my kids are very involved. They love everybody here. But my 2 best friends, like my actual best friends, work here as well. Kelsey Garrett, this is on her wedding day. Oh my God, Kelsey Kimball. Kelsey Kimball, she just got married, as you can tell. Kelsey Kimball is our Title IX coordinator. You will meet her later. And then Aaliyah Minor. Anybody got Aaliyah as your advisor? Oh, awkward. Okay, well, hopefully you get to meet Aaliyah. But they are my 2 best friends, and I'm very lucky to be able to work here with them. And thank God each of them have an auntie, my kids, because let me tell you, I can't do this alone. We have 3 cats. My kids made me put this up there, so I'm sorry in advance. That's Pugsley and Wednesday, the twins to the right, and then we made a really crazy decision to get a Maine Coon. That's a huge cat. That's a big cat. But it's been the greatest thing. And then, like I said, Florida Tech is truly a part of who we are. My husband advises his fraternity, ATO, Alpha Tau Omega, here at Florida Tech, and we are constantly at things. My children will come home and be like, how are your 35 other 100 babies today? Are they okay today, Mom? And they just really care. My daughter, my oldest, is in musical theater, and she does some regional theaters, and we're very proud of her. And I actually had 3 students surprise her at her shows and come and see her. It's just, this is really who we are. And it really is now, because in the last picture, and she's up there, so she's gonna hate me for this, but my family member last year, all the way from California, decided to come to Florida Tech. That is Fiona. She's a sophomore now studying aerospace engineering, our vice president of SGA, and she actually joined. So having my actual niece here has been a totally different experience for me. So that is who I am. I swear I'm not a weirdo. But I hope we can connect on something, because I know it was very, very sweet yesterday. Your students are so amazing. They were walking out and they're like, I loved your presentation. I can't wait to talk to you. I've never had that before. I was like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be a really special class. But what is a dean of students? I like to say to parents, because I can be more frank with you, a dean of students is a principal on steroids. That's what it is, you know what I mean? I am that connection between the students and the administration. I am their advocate. I am the one who collaborates with them closely to make sure that they are getting the support that they need. And I take that job very, very serious. We are a small school. That's why I picked 1, a private school, and 2, picked a small school, because I can treat them as real human beings, as if they are my own children, and I can get them the support that they need, but also force them and challenge them to do things that might be outside of their comfort zone. And then, of course, I just really, my team and I really focus on being a safe space for them. Sometimes, and this is, I lovingly mean this, families, because that's what my children's aunties are for, Kelsey and Aaliyah are for. Sometimes they need a safe space to be like, how do I say this to my mom? How do I say this to my dad? How can I do this? That is a lot of the questions that we receive. And then, of course, I oversee student life, and you're probably asking, what is that? It's all this. So I oversee student life here as well, and that includes our clubs and organizations. We have vibrant organizations, and our students are leaders. They are incredible, and they really, really fight to keep their organizations strong and healthy. We have student government, which again, very healthy. We are so lucky to have President Nick Lowe, who really, really listens to the student voice, so our student government is really important. Large programs like Family Weekend, hope to see you guys there, student homecoming, all that fun stuff. We have recreation and intramurals. Athletic engagement is now with me, kind of weird, but you know, we make it work, we love it. Civic leadership, club sports. We have esports now within the student. Yes, I love it. I love our esports program. We have the campus activities board, obviously orientation. My team and I put orientation on. We have fraternity and sporty life, and then intramurals. So we've got a lot going on up in our office. But like I said, my job is to advocate for your student. I like to tell them, think of me as the adult to your adult. You are the adult now, but if you need to think through things and have a conversation about, am I being silly? Or a lot of the questions are, the professor's being mean. Okay, well, what does that mean? What do you mean they're being mean? Well, they don't talk to me. What do you mean they don't talk? What do you mean? What do you mean? I need you to explain it. That sometimes they just need to talk through things and have a conversation, and that is what I'm there for. I am not their parent or guardian, and I'm not gonna ever be that to them. That is solely your job, you know what I mean? However, I will be their champion, and I will be their advocate for them in any way that they need, in any way, shape, or form. But it is a partnership. It's a partnership between you, it's a partnership between me, and it's a partnership between the student. Every time I talk to a parent who's like, why won't you explain this to me? Because I'm not, my responsibility is to your student, and 1, you don't have signed FERPA, so there's legal. But 2, because your student needs to communicate this to you, and let's talk about how we can make that work. But it's about that academic success. If they need support, if they need help, and they're like, I don't know where to go, come to my office, let's have a conversation. To find a community, experience something. I have parents email me all the time, and they're like, my student will not get involved. I don't know what to do, and I'm like, well, you have called the wrong person, because I will find them and I will get them involved. And most of the time it works, but we really work hard to engage them. Be challenged and find opportunities. I'm really big on resiliency. Sometimes things are uncomfortable. Sometimes things are hard, and that's okay. You grow and develop from that, but you have to go through those things. Learn with others, share your history, explore career opportunities. Again, look at me. I was going to law school and said, just kidding. So finding those career interests is really important. Then that life and career planning. I have lots of I have a lot of them come to me and say, can I meet with Mark? I need a job. And that's fine. That works too. I'm down to help out with that. But most importantly, the last two is developing emotional intelligence. It's having those hard conversations, and she's also gonna kill me for this. I just had to do this with Fiona this week, and I don't think she's ever seen me as not the fun aunt. And I was like, listen to what, every time I'm like, listen to what you're saying. My Dean of Students hat's on, and she's like, stop it, I don't like that. I want you to go back to fun aunt. But finding that emotional intelligence is really, really important. And then moving toward adulthood and independence, we take that very serious. So essentially, if life happens, I am here. And what that means is many things. We have a care team, and let me tell you, Kelsey is our chair, Kelsey Kimball is our chair, and when I tell you that we take our care team very, very serious, we want to help students. Our care team is a group of individuals. Susie is actually a member of it, as the director of advising. We have health services there, we have an athletics partner there, we have an aero partner there, and we just talk through what our students are going through. We have an incredible system called the Hub that spits out data, and we can see in real time what your student is. So like if you do have assigned FERPA and your student's like, I'm going to every class, Mom, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you call me and I'm like, they haven't gone to a single class in 3 weeks. Our system tells us, because our staff and faculty are incredible about putting information in, so we can catch in real time if a student needs support. So the care team is something that we really help, and I want to say this now, the care form is available online for anybody. If you had a phone call with your student and you're like, something felt off, I don't know what, but something, put a care form in. Let us connect with them. We have many ways to do that for them to not even know. I say that to parents all the time. If you call me and you're like, we don't know what to do, I'm so scared, then that's fine. They don't gotta know you called. It could just be like, oh hey, I remember you from orientation. I probably don't, but they don't know that. I'm calling because Mom's worried and Mom and Dad are worried, and I'm gonna take that to heart. But the care team is a really, really powerful tool. I also am responsible for verified absences. This is a big one for family supporters and your students. And your students, I heard a pin drop. I could have heard a pin drop with your students. They were paying attention to this. This is very, very, very unique to Florida Tech. So we have a verified absence policy that is through my office. And yes, just like in high school and middle school, if a student needs to miss classes, they have to get it verified. If they don't, there is nothing we can do. They have to submit the documentation. There are grounds considered. It's acute illness. It is something with an internship. They have an interview and the only day that they can meet is that day, great. It's anything legal, it's anything like that. It's not a wedding, it's not a vacation. If they choose to do that, they have to understand that's going to harm their academic experience. They're gonna have to make adult decisions. So if you plan vacations, if a brother or sister's gonna, there's nothing, it's against policy. And faculty will follow that policy. But that's because, as you guys know, and we've talked about this a lot, this is a very academically rigorous school. I said to your students, if you didn't study in high school, you better get ready to study. This place is hard, and if you don't do it from the very beginning, and don't get the resources early on, it's gonna be more difficult for you. But everything builds. Every class at this institution builds and builds and builds and builds. So if you miss an entire week without that verified absence, and you didn't turn anything in, or they missed a class, then it's going to impact them the next week. But a verified absence, they can't say no. If it comes from my office and is signed by me, they cannot tell your student no. They have to give them what they need, and if they don't, then I go back in there and I advocate for them, and I make sure that professor is giving them what they need. Another important thing to note, the only person that can send me a note is the student. Even if you have FERPA on file, we do not accept family notes. It has to be from the student. The only time an exemption is made in that sense is if a student is going through something. If someone is experiencing a serious health condition and they need a day here, a day there, we will help out with that and get them the support they need, but it has to come from the student. Again, emergencies, crisis support, and of course help you build their community. That is what we do, and that is what I'm here for. And then I challenge them, and I challenge you as parents, to tell them to go to an event within the first few weeks. Get out there, get to meet people, and meet one new person every day. And remember, I told them this last night, they truly belong here. Every single, probably the first 6 weeks of classes, I will have students come to my office and be like, I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't do anything in high school, and now here I am, and this is hard. You belong here. You belong here. You just gotta fight for it, and you gotta get yourself early and often into the Student Success and Support Center, to your advisor, to our office, to make sure that you're getting the support they need. And more importantly, they're capable. They wouldn't have gotten in if they weren't capable, and you raised them to be capable, so they are capable. And then of course they are an adult now. Please try to help them react as such. That's one thing I always ask my families. Please remember that the dictating what they can and cannot do, that's the number one, my team and I will say this, the number one question we get is, my parents sat here at orientation and said over and over and over again, This is your time, do whatever you want. And then it flipped. It was, oh, I want to join a club sport, which is a little more work than some of our organizations. No, you can't do that. Well, I want to join CAP. No, you can't do that. I want to join a fraternity. No, I can't do that. You just told them to be an adult. Let them try to figure these out on their own. And if you're concerned about anything, call us. I will tell you if you should be concerned. I will be completely honest with you. But please treat them as such. And my promise to you guys, of course, is they are students first. And they will always be first to me. This entire campus matters to me. Like in a really, like my staff says all the time, can you stop working for once? No, this is fun like I genuinely enjoy this and I love this institution and I love our students. I promise to respect your students and care for them just as much as I possibly can. And you guys matter. Dropping your kid off is not easy and you matter. So if you have a question, they don't gotta know. I'm not gonna tell them you're calling. It's none of their business, it's between me and you. Call me, let's have a conversation, send me an email, we'll do whatever we need to do. And let's work together because your student has made the best decision by coming to Florida Tech. This place is really special, so please know they're taken care of and appreciated. But I want to say real quick that I'm saying all of this, I don't do this alone. I have an incredible team. I cannot tell you how amazing my entire team is. You can see Veep up here, one of my favorite people on the planet. I've worked here, like I said, almost 17, oh maybe it's almost 18. Oh, it's almost 18 years. And he is the best of the best. He is incredible and we are so grateful, especially President Niccolo, so grateful to have him. My Director of Student Life, Carolyn, is right there. Then I have Adam Paul Cray, who's over our club sports and athletic engagement. Gabby Fox is over many things, but mostly fraternity and sorority life. Jake Jones will be starting on the 17th. We're so excited. He's our new Assistant Director of Student Engagement, I think is what I gave his title. But his dad is actually Dr. Marshall Jones here on campus, really big in the psychology department. We love Dr. Jones. And then down here is Ashley Stanley. She oversees our intramurals and rec sports. Again, Kelsey, Title IX coordinator, very engaged with our office. That is not normal for a campus. We are very open and honest and talk about consent. You will see things like sex toy bingo that we put on. It's not about the sex toys, it's about the consent. And we have a lot of conversations with our students about consent and making safe relationship choices, and she does a great job with that. The next two are our Assistant Director and Director of Esports. Danielle's our Director, Ryan is our Assistant Director, and then let's talk about the last guy, okay? See him? He looks so nice, doesn't he? He's such a nice guy. That's our Director of Conduct. Your student doesn't want to meet him, ever, like ever, but if he has to, if they have to, if they ever have to, please know Joel is an incredible advocate for our student. He is really, really big about calling parents and having a conversation about poor choices being made. We do that together sometimes. So while he does not look scary there, he can come off as scary to your students. So please remind them, just go talk to him. He's also a resource, so use and abuse him. So again, welcome to the Panther family. We are so excited to have you. I gotta pass it on to my favorite human. This is Susan, who is, do I need to do anything? I'm scared, okay. This is Susan and she oversees our advising center. Thank you guys so much.
Alrighty, good morning everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for being here during orientation week and supporting your students as they are starting this really big transition in their lives. It should be advised. Absolutely.
All right, we have a lot of parents waiting outside, so we're going to try to find a few more seats. I know I already asked you guys to do this once, but if you could, please.
Pretty, please. There's a lot of people out there that would really like to come in.
Can you please consolidate towards the middle, if possible, then we can just fill them in on the end. Keep this rolling.
There's plenty of seats down here in the front, sections 2.
Wonderful. Thank you all.
Alrighty. So, like Kat said, my guys are welcome to call me Susie. I have the absolute honor of being the director of the Office of Student Advising here at Florida Tech. I've been working at Florida Tech as an academic advisor since 2019, and I've been the director of this office for about the last 2 years. So what we'll talk about in this presentation is what the Office of Student Advising is, what we do. We will introduce all of the advisors that we have, and you'll be able to see the cohorts of advisors based off of major, as well as their contact information. So if you'd like to take a picture of their contact information so you can email them or call them, you're more than welcome to do so. But we'll talk about the purpose of academic advising, why we do it, why your students have to meet with us each semester, and then we'll talk about some best practices on how all of us, student support team together, can champion our students throughout their college journey, not just in this transition for orientation. So what is academic advising? It's a collaborative partnership between a student and a full-time staff advisor, where the advisor provides guidance on a bunch of things: academic requirements, their degree progression, deadlines, all of the policies that we have on campus, because we know we have a lot of policies on campus, as well as connecting them with those critical university resources. The student will then use that guidance to make those informed decisions about their journey and take responsibility of their academic progress, as well as meeting any academic, personal, or career goals they might set with their advisor. Our overall goal is to empower our students to reach their full potential by providing them those steps to success, whether those steps are academic resources, career guidance, or connecting them with offices like Student Life. That way they can get more involved on campus. So within our office, every undergraduate student, as of fall 2023, has a full-time dedicated advisor out of our office. We do assign them based off their major, and students are required to meet with us at least once per semester. Typically, this is around the registration period. That way they know what classes to register for next semester, but we encourage them to meet with us anytime. If they have questions, concerns, if they just want to have a listening ear for support, if they were really nervous about a test and they got their grade back and it was an A and they want to come brag about that, please, we are here to meet with them for all of that. But we're really here to support and guide your students throughout their journey. That way they can have that autonomy to really make those informed decisions. So as of about July of this year, this is our undergraduate student population that is advised out of our office. Quite a bit of students. So it is based off of major. Within the College of Aeronautics, currently we have 4, but we are hiring a 5th advisor right now for the roughly 990 students that we currently have in COA. We have 2 College of Business advisors, 12 College of Engineering and Science advisors, and 2 College of Psychology and Liberal Arts advisors. And these next slides are where you'll be able to see each of the cohorts based off of their major. So if you guys want to take your phone out and take a picture, you're more than welcome to do so. Although all of this information is also on our advising website, where you can search for your student's major and be able to see all of the advisors that work with those majors. So we'll start with, excuse me, I'm sorry, I forgot about my student learning goals and outcomes. But working with student advising, students will be able to identify and interpret their specific degree requirements. So we will go over all of the courses that are required for their major. We'll talk about the electives that they can do depending on their major's requirements. If they want to do things like take classes at another university over the summer, we have a policy that allows them to do that, so we can discuss those policies. If they may not do so well in class and they might need to retake a class, we have a forgiveness policy that can help them remove that D or F from their GPA calculation. We can go over those kind of policies together, as well as connect them with those academic support resources. They'll also be able to plan holistical educational experiences. So we talk to them kind of about what their goals are, where they want to go post-graduation, and reverse engineer a pathway to help them get there. We'll help them analyze the impact of their behaviors on academic success. So if we have a student that's not doing so hot in classes, maybe they fail a class, we would have a discussion with them about what happened, what obstacles they were facing, and how we can either overcome those obstacles or circumvent those obstacles. That way they can be successful in the future. We also apply self-advocacy and proactive decision-making skills throughout their academic journey. We want to provide that advice and guidance. We don't want to make those decisions for them. We want them to be able to make their own decisions, but understand that they don't have to make those decisions in a vacuum. They can come and talk to not just our office, they can talk to Student Life, they can talk to the Student Success and Support Center about resources for academic success, they can talk to VEEP, they can talk to so many resources on campus, depending on what their conversations and goals are. And then, obviously, what most people think of with academic advising will help them to manage their course registration, be able to register on time so they're in the correct classes, that way they are progressing forward with their degree and hopefully graduating within 4 years. So here's where you get to take all your pictures. So we have currently 4 College of Aeronautics advisors. They are listed here: Rebecca Babcock, Kamala Prasad, Miguel Moore, and Jenna Elwood. We are actively hiring for a 5th aeronautics advisor right now, since that is quickly becoming one of our largest groups. But they advise for every major within COA, including all of the flight programs. So you are welcome to discuss with your student who, out of these 4, potentially 5, is their currently assigned advisor, because every student is assigned to one of these 4 advisors right now out of COA, and that will be the person that they want to have as their main point of contact from our office. They will be getting all the emails from that specific advisor wanting to come in and talk about grades if they're not doing so well, if they're missing some assignments. Kat was just talking about the Hub, which is our primary advising platform, and we can see if students don't log into Canvas for a number of days. We can see if they've turned in assignments. We can see the grades that they have on those assignments. So it's a really great resource for us to be able to monitor their progress. Out of the College of Business, the majority of our students are going to be advised by Ms. Susan Popelka, but Shane Santana, who is also our Assistant Director for Online Advising, advises as well for some of the COB majors. And these are going to be for accounting, business administration, finance, and information systems. Now for COES, because there are so many advisors, we actually have it broken down by department, since that is the largest college that we have as well. So within the College of Engineering and Science, we have 3 advisors that work with our aerospace engineering, interdisciplinary science, and math science majors. That is Ria Bocom, Sholay Pekauman, and Caleb Solomon. The majority of these students are going to be aerospace engineering, since they are our largest COES population. So we have Ms. Jade Lawson and Ms. Jennifer Nesmith. They advise for quite a few of our smaller programs in COES, which is all of the biomedical engineering and science majors, as well as our chemistry and chemical engineering majors, and our physics and space science majors. So it's quite a lot of majors, but there's less students in each of these majors versus aerospace engineering, where the majority of the students that those 3 advisors work with are that one particular major. Our second largest department in COES is our Mechanical and Civil Engineering department, with mechanical engineering being the largest major within this department. So civil engineering, construction management, and mechanical engineering are advised by either Zachary Rockwell or David Smithson. And then our OEMS department, so ocean engineering, marine sciences, meteorology, oceanography, environmental science, and sustainability, they are all advised by either Ms. Hannah Howard or Ms. Kristen Nelson, who is also my assistant director for on-campus advising, as well as our student ombudsman. So she is a fantastic confidential resource for students. And then our EECS department, which is electrical engineering, computer science, software engineering, and computer engineering, those are advised by Ms. Rebecca Cobb, as well as Ms. Aaliyah Miner. Now there are some COES students that might be in a general engineering or general science non-degree program. This is a 1-year kind of intro into engineering or science, where they can take a certain set of classes, but use that first year as kind of a filler to see which engineering or science major they would actually like to pursue as a 4-year degree. And I will be the advisor for those intro programs. But when they switch over to a certain major, they most likely will transition over to one of the previous advisors that you have seen. And then this is also my direct office number. If you guys ever have any questions, comments, concerns, conundrums, you are more than welcome to call me, and I will be able to get back to you. And then for the College of Psychology and Liberal Arts, so our psychology majors, our applied behavioral analysis majors, humanity majors, pre-law majors, they are either advised by myself as well, or Ms. Terry Skinner. And then you've seen all of their wonderful faces before, but just so you know, all of our leadership that we have in the office is myself, Kristen Nelson, who also serves as our student ombuds, and Shane Santana for online advising. So why does advising matter? We're here to help guide not only their academic, but also personal development as they are kind of, embracing this new transition. They're adults being able to make choices sometimes for the first time in their life. So we're here to guide them in that, as well as connect them to resources. There's a lot of resources on campus. There's a lot of things they can do on campus. There's a lot of potential obstacles that they could come across, and it can be overwhelming. But know that they can come to us and they can pretty much ask us any question. More often than not, we can answer that question directly, but in the case that we can't answer the question, and more often than not it's like a financial aid specific question, what we would do is make sure to connect them to that appropriate office or resource. That way, even though we can't answer the question, we're still getting them connected to the person that can get that question answered for them. We're here to support students as they navigate college. If they're nervous about a test, they can come and talk to us and we can help them kind of work through that so they're not having so much test anxiety. Student Success and Support Center, who will be following up after my presentation, is also a fantastic resource for that as well. We help with planning and decision making. We're not going to make the decisions for them. They still ultimately have to be responsible and register themselves for classes, but what we will do in this instance would be to talk about and help plan what they should register for. That way they are on track to hit those graduation goals. We're encouraging that responsibility and independence. We will be here to advocate for them, but we want to have them kind of take the reins of their own educational journey. And advising is teaching, so depending on where they're at, for all of you guys and your students coming in as brand new first year students or brand new transfer students to the university, what we will do is a lot of teaching in these first couple of semesters, teaching them how to navigate the systems, teaching them how to register for classes, teaching them where to go for certain resources, and then eventually we will start taking a step back and asking them to take the reins of understanding their degree progression and making sure that they are meeting those deadlines and graduation goals. So we are here to build those steps for success. So what exactly do we do? I know I've hit on this quite a few times, but mainly registration advising to ensure that they are progressing in their major's degree requirements and not registering for random classes that are not going to count towards their program. We do monitor their academic progress, so we can see if they turned in assignments. We can see if certain assignments have been graded. We can see if they haven't logged into Canvas over a certain number of days. And we do actually reach out to students if we either have seen that they are not logging in, not turning in assignments, or if we receive an academic alert from a professor, which is a form that they can fill out to basically say, hey, my student has not showed up to class, they haven't turned in assignments, they're missing, they're disruptive in the classroom behavior. There's a bunch of reasons they could turn in an academic alert, but the advising office and the Student Success and Support Center both get an academic alert, and then we would reach out to the student to connect, have a discussion, see what those obstacles are, and see how we can best move forward with the issue. We provide a lot of guidance on university policies and procedures. We know that there's a lot of policies on campus. There's a lot of processes here. We do not expect all of our students to know them within the first year or even all 4 years. So we're here to make sure that they understand and they can interpret the policies correctly. That way they're not missing anything. And then we connect students to those appropriate campus resources and support services on an ongoing basis, while also promoting participation in all of the fun ways that they can get involved on campus. Student activities, organization, civic engagement opportunities. And we're just here to be an on-campus support. We are open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Students can walk in and just stop by and say hi if they just want to say hi to their advisor, but we also recommend that they have appointments booked if they want to discuss something longer, if they have a bunch of questions for us. And then we're here to cheer students along. We want to show them that they have support, not just from the parent side, but from the campus side as well. So we'll be here to celebrate them as they are getting, inducted into honor societies. We oversee the first year honor society called Phi Eta Sigma. I'm the staff advisor for that honor society. And we do this big event every year, actually in Gleason. where we induct all of our students that meet those criteria to be a part of the Honor Society. So if your student is interested in any leadership opportunities, I would recommend looking into that. All right, so our last section, building the student support team, which is going to involve all of us, and how you guys as parents can help advising. You've heard this a lot, but please, please, please know about FERPA. We get calls or emails all the time from parents where our response is, thank you for reaching out. Unfortunately, we do not have a FERPA release form on file for you, and therefore I am not legally allowed to talk to you about your student's personally identifiable information. FERPA is basically a federal law that says your student's personally identifiable information, which is pretty much anything that we would need their student ID number to look up in our system, is private to the student. So the student owns that information, and unless they sign a release form that authorizes another individual to have access to that information, legally, nobody at the university is allowed to provide that information to anybody other than the student. So please trust that your student is going to share what is important while respecting their independence. But if you really want to have access to their information, if you want to be able to call us and say, hey, what kind of grade does my student have in calculus, we need to have that FERPA release form on file. And that your students have received it in a number of ways. It is in their admitted student portal. They can also find it at the registrar's office. They can also email their advisor and ask for the FERPA release form, and we will be happy to provide that for them. But we do need that release form on file if you guys want to talk to us or anybody on campus about anything related to your student's academic record. Second part is about encouraging autonomy. I know Kat and Veep have also kind of hit on this a little bit, but this is, for many students, the first time where they're really able to exercise independence. And so I would encourage you guys to encourage your students to make their own decisions with guidance from the support team. And the support team is you guys, the advising office, student services, all of the resources we have on campus. But let them take the lead on registration or communicating with their professors, managing their deadlines, and resist the urge to fix those problems for them. I know a lot of people, myself included, if I hear about a problem, I just want to jump right on it and see, okay, I have a solution for you. But what I really like to ask my students is, do you want me to help you fix this problem, or do you just want to let off steam? And honestly, more often than not, the students are like, no, I just want to complain. I just want to vent about this to somebody, right? I just want to I felt like I'm being heard. And then once I have feel safe and I feel heard, then we can brainstorm solutions together. That way they have that autonomy and they're not just sitting there waiting for somebody to tell them what to do. Kind of on the tail end of that, fostering that open and supportive communication. So check in regularly, but don't pressure them to tell you every single detail of exactly what's going on. But ask those open-ended questions, because you're more likely to have a conversation flowing with open-ended questions like, how are you liking this class this semester? Or how best can I support you from home this term? And then if your student encounters a challenge, the best way to approach that is by modeling those calm and constructive ways to solve the issue. That way they can see, okay, I can solve this problem in this calm and constructive way, and we don't have to, blow things out of proportion to get our challenge resolved. And then normalize struggles and growth. College is an adjustment. It is absolutely okay to feel overwhelmed at first. It happens to everyone. Kat was mentioning that she gets students all the time in her office, especially in those first few weeks where they're like, I think I made the wrong choice, I'm overwhelmed, I don't think I'm actually meant to be here. We also get those conversations in the advising office too, and what we always remind them is that this happens to literally everybody because this is a very large transition, but we have resources here to support them. And then remind them that setbacks are a part of the learning process. They're a part of life. You're not going to go through life not encountering some sort of obstacle, challenge, or setback, but you can reassure them that they don't need to have it figured out right away. We get students that are like, oh, I think I made the worst mistake of my life because I am in the wrong major and I don't know what to do, not realizing they can change their major. They can explore other possibilities. They can explore other opportunities. They may find unexpected interests in student organizations or a civic engagement opportunity that they had to do for their university experience class, and now they're like, oh wait, I really like volunteer work. I like doing this specific activity. And then they find that this is an interest of theirs they didn't know that they had before. And then please celebrate their growth, not just their grades. We do get students that come into our office all the time that are very, very nervous about sharing the fact that they got a C in one of their grades, or in one of their classes with their parents, because their parents are expecting perfection. We don't expect perfection of our students, we do expect progress though. So we want to celebrate the growth that they are having as they're moving through this learning process, and not just focusing on a specific GPA. And then our last bit is encourage those use of resources. It is so critical for students to be connected as early as possible with their advisors, with student success and support, with campus life. It is going to make their transition to Florida Tech much easier. It's going to make their overall experience a lot better, so I can't encourage you guys to encourage them to utilize these resources more. Also help them view that asking for help is a strength rather than a weakness. Students often come to us and say, I don't want to go to tutoring because that means I'm stupid and I don't know the thing. But tutoring is not there because the student is stupid. Tutoring is there because learning is hard. This is a very academically rigorous university. If the student already knew all of these things, they wouldn't have to go to these classes and get this degree. They're learning. And tutoring, supplemental instruction, all of that is here to help them progress with it, not to help them reinforce a stereotype that they are not good enough for it. And then encourage those balance between academics, social life, and self-care. We kind of see it on all ends where some students are really involved heavily in academics, but they don't do anything with their social life or getting involved on campus, and then they're not feeling very connected to the university. Likewise, we have some students that don't really care for their academics, or it's not a high priority for them, and they really, really enjoy going out to the socials and the parties. So there is definitely a balance there that students will eventually find, but it might take a semester or two in order to do that. And then just know, advising is here to help. We can be your student's main point of contact, so really, if you think of anything, if you take away anything from this presentation, please know that if your student has a question, a concern, a comment, a conundrum, or they just want to share something funny, they can come to their advisor and we can definitely help them out. If you would like to contact us, we are located in the Evans Library. We're located between two different floors, so some of the advisors are going to be on the first floor. Kristen, Hannah, Rebecca Cobb, Susan Popelka, Terry, and our online advisors will be on the first floor in P137, which is right next door to classroom P133. Pretty much all of your students will have a class in P133 at some point. It is a very large lecture hall that many of our intro-level courses like general chemistry are taught in, so they should know exactly where this office is. But all other advisors, my office included, is going to be located on the second floor of the Evans Library in the Student Advising Center. If you haven't checked it out, I would definitely recommend taking a lap around that second floor of the Evans Library. You'll see a bunch of cubicles in the back and a nice little lobby area. That is where the majority of our advisors are going to be located. If you would like to email us, advising@fit.edu is our alias email. I monitor that email every day, so you are probably going to get a response from me. And then our 8747 telephone number is our main office line. I also monitor that as well. Our website, floridatech.edu/advising, is where you can go to see all of the advisors, contact information, get a little bit more about the office itself. It is undergoing kind of a restructure right now, so I would keep an eye out on that because we're going to have FAQs up and a bunch of other new fun features for it. So keep an eye on that. It should be coming out in the next month or so. But just want to say thank you again for coming here, for supporting your students, for being that face that they would need as they are coming through this really big transition. And thank you. I'm going to transfer this now over to our Student Success and Support Center.
Good morning. So we will try to be quick and efficient, but make sure we get all the information to you we can. My name is Rod Newcomb. I'm the Executive Director of Student Success and Support. With me is my Associate Director, Kawanda Rember. She handles our tutors and the scheduling, the hiring, and training. And then we have Mrs. Rachel Densler, who is in charge of our accessibility resources and disability services. And we will start with Mrs. Densler.
Hi, I'm Rachel Densler. I am the Assistant Director for Accessibility Resources. I help students get accommodations for disabling conditions. This is just basically stating that there are all these students in high school and even veterans that get disability assistance, but for some reason, they don't tap into it here in college. So I'll basically go over this. ADA requires reasonable accommodations. So at our institution, extended testing time is a big one, low distraction setting, assistive technology, sometimes there's even housing accommodations. So we support students with accommodations, we implement interventions, and I also do case management services. So what do you need to qualify? Well, you need documentation. Documentation can be an educational assessment that qualified them for a 504 plan in high school, or possibly an IEP. They could be seeing a therapist for anxiety. A letter from a qualified provider also works. So the steps, again, it's the documentation, and then the student also needs to complete a request form. This is my contact information. I really suggest if your student had a plan in high school, revisit that for college. I see this every year. Midterm grades come out, and a family comes to me and said, oh shoot, my student got this in high school, and we told them it was up to them in college if they wanted it. This is the hardest educational experience your student will ever have. To not have all those supports really leaves them hanging. So again, if they qualify, if they've had something, even if they haven't been on a plan, but they have some medical condition or seen a therapist and they're having a lot of anxiety, it might be beneficial to look at a plan here in college. My business cards are right here on your left at the front of the stage. We have 4 sessions for students this week so they can see our center, and we are also going to speak to them right after this session. Again, I'm Rachel Densler. I'm the Assistant Director of Accessibility Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So thank you very much again. That was Rachel. She mentioned we have 4 sessions. We have 4 Pick Your Passion sessions today at 3 and 4, and tomorrow around the same time, 3 and 4. All in Student Success and Support Center. We're in the Allen S. Henry building, just south of Panther Dining. All of our services we're talking about are going to be in there. Accessibility resources, tutoring, supplemental instruction, testing center is within there, and Kwan is going to be talking a bit about that. We are open Monday through Thursday, 8 to 6, and Fridays, 8 to 5, but we also run review sessions, supplemental instructions, and other sessions after hours, especially near midterms and finals. So one of the things I always start with is, when I talk to students, they come in my office, they say, I'm having a hard time with this, and I'm like, okay, great, but have you talked to your professor? I'll often start with, well, what's your best resource for academic success? And so they sit there and look at me, and I say, who's your best resource for academic success? And then finally I get somebody, me, my professor, you, like the great answers. Your professor is what I'm looking for. It was like pulling teeth. But I bring that up because quite often it's hard to get them to actually go see their professor. Our professors are so chill, they're so laid back, they're here for the students. They mandate office hours for all the students. There's times set up for them to go see them, and I talk to professors all the time, and they say, yeah, I was in my office 3 hours yesterday, I had 1 student stop by. They will have questions, and they have professors to answer those questions, and I try to remind the students, who knows your test, your classes, everything, the subject better than your professors? And I said, we have tutors, we have grad students, all this resources, but I always try to remind them, your professor is your best resource. When I ask if they've gone to a professor, they often look at me like I'm crazy and I have 2 heads. Now, I'm the first to admit I'm a little off. That being said, it's still good advice. So I always suggest talk to your professors. Go ask early and often. Students walk in a professor's office and the student says, all right, I'm here for help. Doc says, sure, what can I help you with? I don't know, everything. It's hard to answer that question week 2 or 3, let alone week 13 or 14, or the day before finals, and say, yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm failing this class, what do I do now? No. Start early and often, talking to your advisors, your professors, There's many resources on campus, and that's where we're trying to get them to go. And of course, there's an old line in real estate that says, best thing about real estate is location, location, location. I tell students, go to class, go to class, go to class. Because while freshman professors they will do the role, and they'll track who's there, as you go along, you'll get less and less traction in their checking who's there. Quite often, if it's a senior level class or junior level class, the professor may only have 10 students in the class, and so he knows who's there. So he's noticing, but he may decide, maybe I'll mention it once or twice, or if he's got a really good student, or if he knows they're falling off, they miss an exam, and put an academic alert in, and then students will get an academic alert, and then they'll come to me and say, I got this academic alert. What do I do? Have you talked to your professor? No, I'm afraid. So I can talk to you about strategies for success, time management, organization, all those things, but I said, I'm not going to give you a grade in physics. You need to talk to the guy who's going to give you the grade. And so, but you got to go talk to your professor. So, and it's so funny, they push back so hard. And I really do think that they don't understand what a great resource it is. So all of this, and I'm going to pass this on to Kawanda for talking about peer tutoring and resources again.
Good morning, parents. How are you today? Everybody doing well? My name is Kawanda Rimber, and I am the Associate Director at the Student Success and Support Center. So I have the privilege of recruiting and hiring and managing our wonderful tutoring support staff. Any given semester, I have about 85 to 90 tutors, and that staff composed of graduate students that is provided to me through the departments, math, chemistry, physics, College of Business, you name it, biochemistry, writing. I have adjuncts for writing. And then what I do is I fill in the gaps by hiring undergraduate, advanced, or higher level advanced students who are either juniors or seniors that can support those higher level courses. So we fill in the gaps with those students that are recommended, faculty recommended, department recommended. We can guarantee tutoring support for any of our first year and second year courses, and as we go along, I do provide tutors for those advanced level courses, but if your student tries to schedule an appointment for a class and they don't see it offered, they need to come talk to me ASAP. I do really well with working with the departments to identify whether it's a graduate student or a student that's recommended to hire to support that course. Departments are really good at, they will decide that they want to provide someone for that course to support that course. So the faculty is really on top of it. They do a really good job at supporting us. We also run review sessions and supplemental instruction. And what supplemental instruction is a great opportunity, and students really should take advantage of it. And what that is Review Plus. So we have supplemental instruction leaders that will audit the course each week, and then they come and they run several weekly review sessions based on the materials that's taught in the course each week. So that's just a perfect opportunity for your student to get extra practice, extra time in learning those materials and deepening their understanding. Students that attend those supplemental instruction and regularly come in for tutoring, those are the students that I really see with the A's and the B's. They're very prepared for their exams, okay? We also offer writing assistance, so students, communications, humanities, whatever your writing needs are, we can support that. We have a full-time writing worker right now, and we have 2 adjuncts right now for the writing center, I'm sorry. Lastly, I just want to leave you all with something, parents. Did you know that we've had parents in the past that will call and yell at us? They have. My student cannot get an appointment. My student said they called and there are no times available. As I'm getting that call, I have 2 or 3 GSAs or tutors right now waiting for customers, waiting for tutees. So if your student is trying to make an appointment the day before a Calc 1 exam, chances are it's probably not going to be anything available. So please encourage your student. We allow students to make appointments up to 2 weeks in advance. 2 weeks in advance, so they have to prepare. It's time to be adults now, so we have to plan ahead and make sure that we're scheduling those times in advance. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Kwanda. So the preparation is key. Even spending a little bit of time management, they can actually plan ahead. And quite often we do have, if we have appointments easily at 2 or 3 days. But again, they will come in an hour before the exam and say, can I have a tutoring appointment? So planning is key. We also do testing, proctoring. We test proctor for students with disabilities, and if they've been sick, if they miss an exam, if they've had verified absence that the dean granted them, then they can also take exams in our area. So this is something you've been telling them for years. I have students come to my office and say, I'm having problems in class, or I can't concentrate, or I have test anxiety. And I'll talk to them all about that. I had a young lady walk in my office and said, I have test anxiety. So I said, there's a lot of strategies we can talk about. And I said, how are you sleeping? And how's your diet? She yelled at me. I have no problem. I said, I have test anxiety. I understand that. I understand that. I said, but if you're not sleeping, you're not eating well, you're not exercising, one of these is suffering. Either if you're not exercising or eating well, you're probably not sleeping well. If you're not sleeping well, you're probably not concentrating in class. It's all a piece. All of this matters. And this is a conversation I've probably had, we'll have probably 100 times in the next 2 weeks. But I've had students literally walk in my office. This one young lady came in my office. She said, I've already broken down crying 3 times today. She was bawling in my office. And I said, what's going on? She goes, I'm just overwhelmed. I have so much to do. She goes, I'm up till 3 o'clock in the morning studying, trying to get homework done. And then I wake up at 5 or 6, and I said, if I was only getting 2 or 3 hours a night sleep, I would be crying too. I would be breaking down. Your body needs more than that. So we have these conversations, and we get them on track, but they will, if they call you and say, I'm really having a problem, I can't focus, whatever, bring them up and say, hey, come back. If you're local, come home for a good meal, get a good night's sleep, and talk to your advisor, talk to your professors, talk to Rod. All of this is important. We have, when you're studying, I also tell them, make sure you have a plan and purpose. And when you go talk to a professor, go in what you need. Go in there with a question. Go in there with what you're not sure of, and not just, I don't know, I need everything. So we are here. There's our contact information, website. The hubs, I started the hub years ago. That's what everybody's talking about today for tracking students. We also use the hub for tutoring appointments, testing appointments, and the academic alerts all go through the hub. There's our phone number. We're in the Allen S. Henry building, just south of Panther Dining. We are just east of the puddle. Do you guys have any questions for any of us? I have handouts up here for student success. I have handouts here for testing, and some of our cards are up here. All our information is in handout as well. I'm probably going to grab one of these because I'm going to go talk to your kids now. But we will have, I mentioned earlier, we have the meetings from the research, pick your passion. Today at 3 and 4, 2 sessions, and tomorrow another 2 sessions. But come in anytime. You're welcome to walk in and say, hey, can you show me the place? Your students welcome anytime over the next couple weeks. The freshman first year experience classes will, on the 2nd week, their class will meet in the Student Success and Support Center. So they will see our center. So when they say, I'm not sure where it is, they say, well, you've had time to figure that out. You guys thank you very much for joining the Florida Tech family. Welcome and have a great semester.
If not, I can project. Yes? Okay, perfect. I'll let everyone transition. If you're needing restrooms, women's restrooms are on my left, your right. Men's restrooms are on my right, your left. Sorry, that's very confusing. Women's, men's. Okay. And there's a couple seats up here on the front as well if you're needing more seats. All right, as we get situated. Perfect, perfect. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about student wellness. Ooh, that is loud, and I project a lot. All right, student wellness. So this is going to encounter care team, which you heard Dean Nanny talk about, Kat. She does not like to be called Dean. Don't remind her what her position is, but Kat. So we're going to talk a little bit about care team, and then you'll also hear from our counseling center and our health center as well. So with care team, obviously, all of our 3 resources are here to support your students. It is a big time of growth, of independence and adjustment. Even myself, contrary to what you see me running around and doing, I went to a big public school, coming from a small private boarding school, and so I was ready to drop out my first year of college, and my mom was like, we did not pay all that money for you to go to school and drop out the first year. But the biggest thing that helped me was the community that I had and the support that I got from my counseling center, and also just becoming a peer support for our students. And so that kind of is what geared me to do what I do today. So I am the chair of our care team, but I'm also, you'll hear from me in like 3 other presentations. I'm also the Title IX coordinator and the Equal Opportunity Investigator. So I wear a lot of different hats here on campus, but my main goal is supporting students in every capacity that I can. And that is going to be the goal that you hear for the next couple of presentations here on campus, but also everything that all of our staff members do is just to make sure that students are getting the support very early on, but also hearing from other people that are supporting students in different ways. So that's our RAs, that is our student leaders, but that is also you as the parents and the family and the supporters. So you'll also hear, go ahead and take that out. You'll also hear that we invite you all to also submit any concerns, any reports, and you'll see once you exit that you'll have opportunity to take Kat's business card, also my business cards, because we invite you to give us a call, send us an email, and let us know if you have any concerns. We will look into that and see what support we can provide to your students. So a little bit more about the care team. What we do as care team is take those concerns that are coming to us, and we sit down for 2-3 hours, depending on how many reports we have, every single week. That is designated on all of our calendars. So it's not just myself, Dean of Students, it also is the department head for counseling, for health center, for athletics, as Kat said, Dean, Director of Conduct, Residence Life, and also we have a new addition for aerospace. And it's just all of our minds coming together to see what resources we can provide to the student to get them back where they are, get them back to the status quo. Where are they falling a little bit short, or where can we provide that extra support to show them that they belong here on campus, or to get them involved so that they have a more rounded support system. And so we see different challenges from personal and family concerns to behavioral, academic, to financial hardship. So we look at that, see what the student is telling us, case by case, meeting with the student. If we have to meet bi-weekly to kind of build that rapport, that's what we'll do. And so it is very individualized because we want to listen to the student. We want to hear what is going on and then respond to that. And so what should you look for families? If a student's coming to you and saying, hey, I don't know if this is the right fit for me, then you let us know. If there's significant changes in behaviors, we've received calls, we've received emails about, hey, we just had a big loss in our family. My mother passed, but they were super close to my daughter. So that the grandmother was a big person in my student's life. That was actually something that happened to me. I have a tattoo that is my grandmother's signature up my arm, and her middle name was Lillian, so I have Lily Statter tattooed on my body. But I'm literally getting choked up thinking about it. But like, my grandmother was my heart and soul, my best friend throughout all of college, and then she passed suddenly during COVID. And it was something that substantially changed my life in college. But I kept going because that was the main thing she wanted for me. And so letting us know that is something the student is going through, we can watch the student and see if their academics are impacted, and if so, we communicate with the faculty member saying, hey, This student is going through something that is private information for us to know, but for you to know, just give them a little bit of flexibility. Give them extensions. We will work with them to make sure mentally they're okay, but for you as a faculty member, know they need a little bit more time, and once they're good, we'll touch back based on you and say the student's ready to go. So that's something that we do as care team, is to advocate for the student and be their voice when they need a little bit more support. Does that make sense? Perfect. All right, so obviously, student shares concern. Listen first, ask them how you can support them, but also what are they looking for back at school. And then if they're not ready to communicate that, we communicate that. And then don't need to solve every problem. Some things are within our jurisdiction, seeing if we can do scholarships, if we can push them to financial aid, we'll make those connections with those departments and know which office to call. So with that said, this is our contact information. That first number is actually my direct line to my office number, but that is our care team email. That goes to myself, the Dean of Students, but also our Vice President of Student Affairs. Because like I said, this is a whole big office thing, but it is also multi-departmental. So we coordinate with all of our office to make sure that we can provide the support that that student needs. And then as a big reminder, your students' well-being is something we are concerned about, so we encourage you to contact us. If it seems like it's something very small, it's big to us because your students matter and we want to make sure that they are getting the best educational experience that we can give them, all right? And this is also a QR code that goes straight to that website, since I know it is a very long very long website link. So any questions? I will have my contact information out there, and then you're also welcome to ask me any questions, and I will be running around everywhere. Yes?
Good morning. So you did say in this website there's a way to submit a care form.
Yes.
Is there another way that you identify which students need care?
So faculty members can submit forms. Their RAs, their friends, and they can themselves. We've had students let us know, like, hey, I am dealing with different medication changes, so if they're on any type of mental health meds and they up their dosage, so they're getting used to the new increase of medications and their symptoms, new symptoms, we'll partner with the counseling center that you're going to hear from to say, hey, what could this student be experiencing? They need a little bit of time, so that is just a very collaborative, interactive process. So anyone is welcome to submit those forms. They can walk into our office, they can give us a phone call, but that form is that main thing that we utilize because multiple people have access to it. It's very public. Advisors, students meet with advisors on a weekly basis, so that is a very common way we also get reports, but that report is that main central location because it goes directly to our case management system.
Right.
Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just don't want to miss my child.
Oh, no. We always say, give us an email, give us a phone call, but we capture almost all data that we get. If we see it in an email, we make sure that we make the case ourselves. So if we get it any other way that's not the report, we will make the report on behalf so that it's captured in some way. You can come up so we can do. Any other questions? If not, I'll be on the side so that you can ask questions, but I'll go ahead and invite Cheryl, who is our health center representative. Oh, insurance, sorry. Forgot there's one more slide. So, student health insurance, Deanna Perez is our health insurance representative here on campus. And so the main thing that she wanted me to highlight is if you're interested in student health insurance, you want to make sure that you are opting in so that you can utilize that portal. And so once you opt in and get into that portal, that is where you can waive or enroll into insurance. So if you're trying to enroll into insurance, you have to opt in. And once you opt in, it will allow you to get to the portal to do whatever action it is that you need to do. And then the deadline for that is August 22nd. You'll see it here at the bottom for my people that can't see it. August 22nd at 11:59 is the deadline to waive or enroll for insurance. And so if you scan that, that will be directed to that website. So you want to make sure that you're doing that as soon as possible so that you can get any questions you need answered and get the access for that. I also, once people get the screen, I'll give you the contact. So if you have any questions, we have a general student insurance email to ask questions to. That one's pretty quick, but I wanted to go ahead and get it for you. Everyone got that? Perfect. All right. Now, Health Center.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Guyan. I am the director at Holzer Health Center, which is the student health center on campus. Our services are available to all registered main campus students. Our visits are free, so anytime anyone comes in for a visit, there's no charge for that. The only time anyone would be billed for anything is if we provide any on-site lab testing, send out blood work to, or any other specimen to Quest, if we provide a medical service using supplies or materials, then that would be billed to insurance. If we do accept any PPO, the student health insurance policy, of course, we do not accept HMOs, so if there is a physician listed on your insurance card, then we are not able to bill for services. Everything per your insurance plan would have to go through that named provider. So in that case, your student would be considered self-pay. We do offer self-pay rates for any services that are provided. Again, the visits are free, so they can come at any time to have a general office visit without charge. We do bill for vaccinations. Most vaccinations are covered 100% by insurance, as well as preventative care visits. So as long as we take your insurance plan, we would just bill through them directly. There's no copay for the services that we provide at the health center. The services that we provide acute care, acute illness. We help students manage any chronic illnesses that they have. We are all dispensing practitioners, which means not only can we write prescriptions or send them electronically to a local pharmacy, we also have an on-site pharmacy with a lot of the common things that we utilize and over-the-counter medication. So if your student has a transportation issue, if they're sick, they can't get to a pharmacy, most of the things that we prescribe routinely, we have an on-site pharmacy that we can not only write the prescription, but actually dispense it on-site. Again, that is not included. We don't do insurance copays for that. They are all eligible at reduced self-pay costs. So it's basically a cost for the student. And a lot of times it is cheaper than the pharmacy, depending on what insurance plan you have. We offer blood draws if there's a issue with a student that requires specialty care. We do provide referrals to local specialists. We do preventative health care, GYN appointments, birth control. We do STD testing. We do have outside agencies come in and do various screenings throughout the year. So those are available at no cost to your student. First aid, a lot of times with people coming to school, skateboard accidents, we do provide first aid free of charge, no appointment for that. We do ask that students make appointments, and that's for their convenience. Otherwise, everyone shows up at the beginning of the day and at lunch, and then wait times become significant. So unless it's an emergency, please remind your students to call and make their own appointments. We do have some of the students go on trips abroad, and they do require various vaccinations or medications. We do counsel them and provide them with that service as well. Separate from us, we also have a psychiatrist that comes and works out of our health center. He is off-site. He's board certified. He handles all of our students with ADHD and controlled substance medications, and he handles any other psychiatric issues that the student might have. He is by appointment only and by referral. And by referral, he has to be referred, or his patients are referred by one of the nurse practitioners or medical providers at the Holzer Health Center. We do require, if there's a diagnosis of ADHD, we do require proof of testing, the test results, or a prescription from their current provider in order to schedule a doctor's stomp to maintain their medication. Dr. Stump accepts the copay for the student health plan. Other than that, he's self-pay. He is significantly cheaper than psychiatrists in the local community, and we can book appointments usually within 1 to 2 weeks. The wait in the community can be upwards to 9 months. So if there is an issue, he is more cost effective and we can get you in pretty quickly with that. One thing I wanted to mention before I go over the contact is we do follow HIPAA. And any student, if your student is 18 or older, then we are not allowed by federal law to release any health information to anyone other than them unless they sign a HIPAA release form. When you establish at the health center, within the admission paperwork is the HIPAA form. They can elect to designate anybody that they want on that form, and we would be able to share information at their discretion with whoever's listed. If you're not listed and you call, unfortunately by federal law, we cannot even confirm whether or not the student was seen at the health center. So that's something that you might want to discuss with your students. If you are under the age of 18, then a minor consent form should have already been uploaded to the MedProctor account that would authorize us to be able to treat your minor student. At that point, we would be able to communicate with you if there was an issue. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of the HIPAA. For that reason, we also ask that students make their own appointments, and also they know their course schedule, their activity schedule much better than the parent, and that helps prevent on no-shows, and it opens up spots for other students. We are open Monday through Thursday from 8 to 5 and Fridays from 8 to 3. On our webpage, we do have a list of local urgent care providers that are available for students nearby. Email is up there. We are located in the Sunrise Center on the 2nd floor, and if anyone has any questions at all, please feel free to reach out and contact me. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Robin Tapley, the Director of the Student Counseling Center here at Florida Tech. And before we get into the services that we provide, I want to make you aware of a resource that are offered to all of our students, and it's peer-to-peer support that's offered 24/7 through Talk Campus. So it's a partnership that we as a university use so that students can connect with other students globally in multiple languages across 24/7, being able to connect with other college students about college life and how they can support each other. On our website, we also have available to all students through a third-party free and confidential screeners. So if a student is concerned about coming in for services, they're unsure or they're feeling not like themselves for whatever reason and they're wondering emotionally what might be going on, they can go to our website and take a free screening. There's several screenings with several different symptomatology, and then from there they can be directed to resources. So those are two great resources that students can use without coming through our door. As far as our counseling services, we offer free and confidential counseling services, no session limit. It is a blessing to students to have this privilege to be able to get those counseling services free of charge. It is confidential, similar to the health center. We follow our licensure laws, so it's not a FERPA release, it is a HIPAA release. So we can't confirm or deny that a student has walked through our door, but we are here if you're concerned about your student. We are there to hear what your concerns are and work with you on how to best help your student. We offer individual counseling services on an appointment basis. It's our most utilized service. We also offer groups. It changes from semester to semester. This semester we'll be offering a 5-week social skills and social anxieties group that your student will be hearing about more as the time goes closer. And then we also understand that students may not be able to wait until their appointments, or they have a crisis and they don't have an appointment at all. So we do offer walk-in crisis services to any student who has an emotional need. We will work them in almost like an urgent care model and best support them and then make a plan from there. We have a variety of self-help resources and also there to consult with you for any other resources that you might need inside or outside our campus community. We are not available 24/7. We do have office hours, but we have a variety of crisis resources on our website. First and foremost, campus security is the service that is here available 24/7, and they can be able to help triage from there. We also highlight the 988 Suicide Lifeline and the Crisis Text Line. And then through our website, we have a variety of local, state, and national crisis resources that students or you can access. We also review this with students when we're safety planning with them, certainly at orientation as well. So we try to get the word out to students that service is available 24/7. We're also located in the Sunrise Center, just down the breezeway from the health center, which is nice. We have a great collaboration between the health center for medication and our Center for Counseling Services. You can check out more information on our website, through our Instagram page. We're available for questions, so if you do have specific questions for our office, give our office a call. I'm happy to schedule time to talk with you by phone or in person and be able to answer whatever questions that you or your student might have. And whether you're a student or a family member about a student, know that support's available. You heard about the care team, the health center, the counseling center, security, and 988. So there's lots of resources available. Please utilize us. We're here to help care for your student during their academic journey. Thank you so much for your time and welcome to Florida Tech.
Alrighty, y'all, my name is Roz. I'm not actually important. I'm here to dismiss you. You are going to be in academic unit meetings until noon. After that, go ahead and have lunch, and then you'll be back here at 1 o'clock. All of your academic meetings right now do know that we're overtime, so you don't have to rush. They know you're coming in late. It happens every year. They know the drill. All of the locations are going to be on page 7 for you, dependent on your student's major or department. Please remember applied mathematics, same floor, different room in Crawford. If you guys need any help finding the location, we have students like me that can help you out on the sidewalk to the left of the building.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. If you could come on in from the lobby. We're going to get started. We're running a little behind schedule from the last session, so we apologize for that, but we have an hour and a half together, so we should be all set. Last families are just coming in. We'll go ahead and get started. Well, welcome to the College of Aeronautics and welcome to Florida Tech. Today we're going to go over a couple of different things that are primarily related to your questions as parents. We're going to talk a little bit about academics. We're going to talk about flight training for those majors that are here for flight training. And then at the end we should have some time for Q&A. So my name is Dr. Rian Mehta. I am the Interim Dean of the College of Aeronautics. I've been a faculty member here for a long time, as well as being the Associate Dean for the last 6 years. So I have been here and been working with students for a long time, and I'm very well versed with the college. But I'm also a product of this college. I graduated from here, I got my doctorate here. I've worked in the industry on the airport side, on flight deck designs and safety management systems. And so I'm very, very excited about all the great things that we're doing in the college, and I'm very happy that your students have chosen to come here to be with us. It's our mission as a college to educate the next generation of aviation experts. And so we take that mission very seriously, and we very deeply care about the success of your students. You're going to hear from Dr. Karstens about all the things that we do and all of our amazing faculty, but what I want to leave you with is that our mission as a college is to be there for you, be there for your students, to make sure that they enter the industry and they have a successful career. Because that's what this university and this college is about. They did that for a lot of us. A lot of our faculty have even graduated from here. And so there's a passion and a love and a care for this place that I think is unmatched in the aviation education space. So I want to leave you with that and to tell you that my door is always open. If there are anything that we can do for you or your student, we're here to help. Thank you for being here and welcome. I'm going to introduce Dr. Debbie Karstens, our Interim Associate Dean.
Thank you. Hi, welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and introduce the rest of the faculty to all of you. And so I guess I will start with myself. So Dr. Karstens, and I used to work at NASA Kennedy Space Center for about 11 years, and did a lot of research there in human factors, and now I've been here for over 20. Do not do the math. In any case, I will go ahead and go into the next slide. I should just say I also have a research lab here, HF Assist Lab, Human Factors Assist. All right, with that, we've got Professor Adam Weed, and thank you so much. Excellent, and he's got a lot of aircraft dispatching background, and so your students will see him if they take any of those courses. Next, we've got Dr. Meredith Carroll. She's the director of the Atlas Lab, and she does a lot of research in applied human factors. So if your students in the human factors or safety minor, then they will definitely have a chance to have her as their professor. Next, we've got Professor Ellie Choi, and she's one of our flight faculty. So any of your flight students, they will absolutely get a chance to know her. She's got a lot of background with being a flight instructor, pilot training, aviation safety, advanced aircraft operations, also some of the courses that she teaches. All right, next we've got Dr. John Deaton. Great, and he actually just stepped down as our dean, effective just August 3rd. So he's been our dean for the past 5 years, and he's also an aviation human factors professor. And as you can see, he's been to Mars, kind of. He did a little simulated Mars trip, and he gives a great presentation on that. Sometimes he goes to some of the club meetings as well to present that. He's also got a background from the Navy, and he had his flight training in the Navy, at the Navy as well. We've got Professor Charles Everett. So he's got comes to us with a lot of experience from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. He was the Director of Aviation. He also has FAA background and also Air Force background. And so he teaches airport management and operations, aviation planning, design type courses. Next, we've got Dr. Greg Fox. And he's an assistant professor with us, and his background is really aviation safety, safety management system. He used to also be over safety at the flight line for many, many years, and he's got just a large background in safety. Next, we've got Professor Lenny Gartenberg. So he's an instructor, and his background is in aerospace in the aerospace industry. He's an engineer also, in addition to being a pilot, and he specializes in flight sciences and aircraft technology and aerodynamics courses. So he also teaches the flight students as one of our flight faculty. Next, we have another flight faculty member, Jim Gita. And I don't think, oh, yes. He's actually in an all-day training class today. So, but he does a lot also as a flight faculty, so any of your students will have him, and he does a lot with, as you can see, sensor, other technology development, and then, of course, pilot training. Next, we have Dr. Jason Herkimer. Fun fact, he was my very, very first PhD student, and now he's working here. I am a lot shorter than he is, so it's very fun at graduation, putting him. But he is an Airbus captain, advanced aircraft system is what he also teaches. Human factors, threat error management is also area that he's worked on a lot at the airlines. Next, we have Professor Anna Marin. And she comes to us with a lot of consulting background at airports and a large, as you can see, airport planning and design and a lot of different engineering projects overall at airports. Then we have Dr. Aureen Jones-McKinney. Dr. McKinney comes to us. She's already been here for many, many years as well. And she has an extensive background in airport planning and design. And she used to be our dean as well. So it's another former dean that we have here. Next, we have Professor Doug Morris. And he just retired, I hope I can say that, from Air Canada. And so in any case, as you can see, he's got just a few flight hours. Wow. 28,000 he said now, so I will make that update. Thank you so much. So as you can see, he's got extensive training. Next we have Dr. Korhan Oyman. So he teaches truly just graduate classes, so that's why he's not here today. But he's also a former dean. He's also a former provost at the university. And he's got just a large background, airport management with airlines and airports and operations and so forth. Next, we have Professor Jordan Poole. Professor Poole also teaches a lot in all the aviation management. She teaches with anything with airport development, planning as well, and also has a lot of consulting background. We'll go on to the next slide. Here we go. We've got Professor Sean Scott. So he has a lot of background as well. He was formerly in the military, and so he's got just a lot of flight hours as well. And so he's one of our flight faculty also. So those of you that have your children as flight with flight major, they will have him as well. Next, we have Dr. Vivek Sharma. So he's got a large background in UAS and urban air mobility as well, and user design, and he also AI, machine learning. Those are just a few of his research backgrounds. He teaches a lot of courses to include a lot of our analytical courses. Then we have Professor Michael Split. I told him this morning that I would introduce him as our most adventurous faculty member because he used to chase tornadoes. He's a meteorologist, and he is definitely the go-to person for hurricanes. A lot of the information that then gets sent out is because we have 2 meteorologists on campus, and so they work together for that. All right. With that, he also does a lot of research for the FAA. All right, we've got Dr. Ursoy Sabasi, and I don't see him, but he's over our doctoral programs, and so undergrads don't typically get to have class with them. But he does a lot also with stochastic programming. His background's like operations research. He does a lot with data mining. Then we got Professor Matt Taylor. So he's also one of our flight faculty, and as you can see, he's got quite a bit of background. So from Air Force to American Airlines, and there you have it. Next, we got Dr. Tolga Target. So he comes to us with, he's also been here for quite a long time, but when he started here, he has and continues to have a lot of airline and airport background, and as you can see, that's exactly what he teaches in those areas. He also teaches a lot of like the business sim, aviation business sim courses. Next, we have Professor Margaret Wallace. So she is the air traffic control expert within our department, and she used to be a controller in the military. So she'll be teaching any of your students that either have that as their degree program or take it as a minor. Next, we have Dr. Brooke Wheeler. So she has a lot of background in anything to do with sustainability. She also teaches all of the research-related courses for the undergrad students to include even their capstone, which is really exciting because these projects are now part of the university showcase. So students actually get to network with a lot of alumni, and it's really great for them getting jobs. And since it's a capstone, it's at the end of their undergrad. So quite a few of the courses, Professor Marin's class also has that, to include Dr. McKinney's class and Dr. Sharma, so Dr. Wheeler, my students as well. I teach human factors. So there's a lot of opportunity constantly here for networking, and I'll go into that shortly. Then we have Professor Andrew Whittle. He is also one of our flight faculty, and as you can see, he also has a large background. So he's a retired airline captain. His interests are anywhere from aviation safety. He teaches the advanced systems courses. He also has experience as a civil air patroller or patrol examiner, so, and some others as well. Next, we've got 2 additional faculty to introduce. I'd like to start with Dr. Shem Malkus. So he obviously also has a large background as a pilot, but also he's really very well known for safety and accident investigation. He does a lot in terms of just all types of hazard analysis and such, and so some of the other interests are flight control systems and handling qualities, weather radar. And then we've got Dr. David Worrells. He's right there in the middle. And so he's got a very large background in law. Also, he teaches in aviation security and a lot of the general aviation courses for us, and also transportation logistics. So with that, I'd like to just also introduce our amazing staff. Students, the first person that they see when they enter into the College of Aero is Ms. Stacia Young, and she is here. And Stacia always has a smile on her face. She's incredibly helpful. So students absolutely will know who she is immediately. And yeah, she's just very, very helpful. So Stacia Young sits when you first enter in the College of Aero. Then we've got Tamara Gray. She's the assistant to the dean, so she's a little more off to the side, so students all, ask Stacia a lot of questions. But we are also very lucky to have Eli Rhines. And he's our student coordinator, and so students will absolutely get to know him as well. Basically, I don't know how to politically correctly say this, but anything that they, maybe if they find themselves in some type of mess, he will be one of the first people that they probably go to. And he's a current master's student right now in IO psychology, industrial organizational psychology as well. All right, and I should point out that Professor, I'm afraid I'm gonna get myself in trouble here, but I know Professor Poole is also in our PhD program. Will all of you taking classes at Florida Tech raise your hand? Perfect, yes. So we've got Andrew Whittle as well. So there you go. All right, with that, I'd like to thank the faculty so much for their time. And please go ahead and you can go back to your office. Just thank you so much. Great. These names right here, each student has been assigned one of these wonderful advisors. So these are specific to College of Aero. So they're very well versed in all things from flight to all of our majors, non-flight as well. So they're gonna really help your student. And I'd like to just say something, one item that's just not formally on the slide, but once they get 85 credit hours, if they want to become a fast track student, I just want to explain that now, that they can actually apply and take 2 classes at the undergraduate level that will double count for both undergrad and grad. So that means that if they decide to stay with us for a graduate degree later, instead of 10 courses, because all of our masters are 10, they will only have 8. So you get to double count as an undergrad, so now the price for grad school is 8 courses versus 10, and that's a really good deal. And especially those 2 that might want to stay here as a CFI and such as well, so they might also want to do that option. But there's certain classes that students will want to kind of reserve, so they just need to verbalize to their advisors that they are a potential for fast track. If you think your student has any interest, I'll say that tomorrow as well to the students, but I wanted to make sure I just say that now. All right. With that, I'll just go into a little bit of information as far as just some salient features of the College of Aero. So we've got a lot of faculty, as you see, spanning all types of experience from the airlines, airport, military, and government, so forth. That's really good because a lot of faculty, again, they're going to be able to really help your students in mentoring them career-wise. And even if they're a flight major, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but even if they're a flight major, they have something to fall back on. And so it'll be really good advice that they can seek out from all of the faculty. With that, our college size, facilitating very significant one-to-one connections. When I have students weekly ask me for letters of recommendations, I don't have to ask, oh, I'm sorry, who are you? Can you write the letter for me? I don't have to go into all that with my students because we know our students. So that's what's really nice. Again, I've been here for over 2 decades, so I can tell you that that's just the culture. We're very family-oriented, as Dr. Mehta said. He mentioned how we're very much here for your students' success. Please tell your students to be proactive, advocate for themselves. If they get behind, communication. And I know that that was also the theme yesterday in the orientation. I sat in that as well. And so please, a problem is so much smaller when we all know when we tackle it early versus later on. So tell your students, this is the time. Go be proactive, advocate, and again, we'll go into that a little bit more, but if there's any issues with, say, weather or maintenance on an aircraft, all they have to do is go to the flight line, make sure that they request extra time. They will find time for your student to fly. Because, again, student success is very important to us. But when they have students, they're not going to realize they need the student to go to them. And once they do that, the problem will get resolved. But please tell your students to advocate for themselves because we want to see that success. Same thing on the academic side. If a student's getting behind on assignments, they need to go immediately, send an email to their faculty member, let them know that, hey, I'm sick or I have this family emergency or whatever the situation is. And then at that point, the faculty is aware. And just that awareness, faculty will work with your student. Again, success is why we're all here. Okay, multicultural learning environment. We have faculty and students from all over the place. I have truly enjoyed being here, getting to learn just so much about all different cultures, the entire world. There's lots of international business. Everyone does business everywhere, and it's just so important that they actually start to have that foundation here if they haven't been exposed prior. Next, we've got, of course, dedicated and engaged alumni network. Oh my gosh, Dr. Mehta, oh my gosh, you did the most amazing job. We had Aeronautics Week, and what was it, 71 alumni? Yes, 71 alumni came back, and for days. They were here almost the full week. There's actually activities for almost a full week. They put on different presentations, different just sessions, like we had even like lunch sessions with students, getting to network with them. Every single day they're here. So there's so many opportunities to network with our amazing alumni. One of the offices here on campus just always says we have just the most active alumni I can't express. We also have an alumni page that your students can opt into, and of course, as parents, you're welcome to opt into that as well. And so you can also interact. I've seen students even like post like a picture of a resume asking for a job looking for internships and such. Again, our alumni want to help. And our alumni that happen to be from other countries, they're also super helpful too with mentoring anyone that is also international. All right, return on investment with significantly high job placement rate. I think I just pretty much covered that. Oops, let me get that back. Okay, let me see. I think that'll do it. Yeah, perfect. All right, so with that, I'll go on to the next slide. So as far as your financial aid packet, if it happens to include work study and your student's interested in doing work study, this is the contact. So we have about 20, I think, work study positions in our department. And so please, take an image of that or take a picture of that. So Tamara will be able to help them navigate that process. And we'd love to have your student worker. All right, we have different degrees, obviously, but we've got 8 that are undergrad, 4 with flight, 4 without flight. So when you look at these 4 degrees, essentially your student may or may not decide to change a major, which they can start to do if they want to. It's pretty standard the first couple years even, but the earlier the better. But with that said, whether you're flight or non-flight, this is then going to be, well, if you're flight, this would be your fallback plan, essentially. Things can happen. With that, sometimes people just go to the airlines and decide, this isn't the life I want to be home more, and now they've got a wonderful degree to fall back on. So with that, I'll just kind of go through a little bit of the jobs that you get, just to go off of that last bullet. When we look at the aviation management, again, whether flight or non-flight, but those are individuals that can later get those airport planning jobs or airport design or be an airport consultant and such. So that's that field. Then you have aeronautical science. So with that, it might be that they're interested more in air traffic control or being a dispatcher. Obviously, they'll have more science courses. Aviation meteorology, you're actually a meteorologist when you graduate. So, you might work for NOAA, or you might be a hurricane hunter. That's a thing. So that might be something that you go into. And then aviation or human factors and safety. So those are interesting because a lot of the individuals, they might want to work in the airlines with safety management systems. They might want to teach the human factors training for airlines. They might want to be the person in airports that help with any projects to make sure that the human factor is accommodated and that safety maintains the highest goal. So you can have that. You could also have FAA research, NASA. Our individuals can work obviously anywhere, but a lot of times they'll also take on research positions too. But you can also do the practitioner side for safety, optimizing safety at airports and airlines. Okay, and then we've got a lot of advanced degrees, and I won't go into those, but we've got we've got 6 masters, 3 online, 3 on campus. And then we've got 2 doctoral degrees, 1 on campus, 1 online. And again, your student can be a fast track student once they get those 85 credit hours. Talk to the advisor if they have any interest in a graduate degree. Even if they don't, the worst case scenario is they took 2 classes that are slightly harder because they took them at the graduate level, but it didn't cost them anything more, but it kind of gives them that place if they do decide to pursue a master's later on. And 8 courses is better than 10 once they graduate. All right, we also, of course, have our AS and our AA degrees. So air traffic control, flight operations and dispatch, aeroscience with flight. These are our on-campus ones that we have. And so if you do meet the requirements for these degrees, you just need to make sure that your student petitions at least 1 semester before your graduation day or before their graduation day. All right, we also have a lot of different minors, as you can see. So just depending on what their interest is, a lot or all of our programs have electives, and sometimes, or in all of these really, there's always going to be some overlap of courses they're already taking, which is so nice. So, please have them investigate maybe getting a minor, because it's not, our goal is not to delay them in graduating. It's just another item, another minor, another bullet for their resume that they get for doing nothing more than taking the classes they already need, but it's just that they're filling in the specific classes for that minor in their electives, in their elective spots. So again, if they're interested in a minor or the fast track option for a master's, just please verbalize that to make sure they talk to their advisor early on so they can plan accordingly. All right, taking online courses, other institutions. So we do allow students periodically, they can take some online courses. So that's an option. But policy does say that if they're going to be taking some classes at another institute, say for instance over a summer, which they're completely allowed to do, also tell your advisor, because they might tell you to maybe hold back a humanities course or things like that that are really easy to pick up at another university. So you could do that. And then that would be substituted, up to these three courses could be substituted. So when they're home in the summer, maybe, especially if they're not a flight student, then that's what would be really easy for them to do. All right, we also have this air traffic control concentration. So it's this collegiate training initiative that the FAA has. And we are very honored to be one of the very few universities. There's around approximately 20 here in the United States. And so basically, if they are in that discipline, then they can have a pathway directly to being an FAA controller, or at least a little more easily. Because generally when they advertise their jobs, about half the jobs they advertise will be specifically for graduates from this program. So then they have a smaller pool that they're competing against for those jobs. And so it's a really nice, just benefit of getting to be in this program. It does require 7 specific courses, about half of which are already required for your student's major. So again, not trying to delay their graduation, just have even more to show, more items to show, because obviously we want your student to get hired. That is the goal, I know. So this AA can also be combined with any other major. So when you complete your concentration and graduate, then you're eligible again to be hired by the FAA, which is really great. All right, we've got a lot of scholarships. So I think the biggest information just that for your students to do is that when they get these emails, to just read them. And I know that sounds funny, but there are going to be, they're going to get so many emails, just like all of you get so many emails. They're going to also get so many emails, and I know it's really easy to be like, oh, I don't need to read this. But Stacia Young, especially, she's the one that sends out the bulk of these. So every time we have any opportunity, and we really, really want our students to benefit. It's just free college money, and a lot of times these scholarships, not even enough people apply for them. So please encourage your student to read those emails, those opportunities. There might be a short fuse sometimes as to when they need, but a lot of them also have a longer time period that they can plan ahead for. All right, so spring semester though tends to be the scholarship season, so especially during then, just to look at it. GPA, of course, is very important, but we also want our, the students to be very just well-rounded and encourage them to join clubs. And honestly, we have again, our alumni is amazing. They come and they speak all the time to our campus clubs, especially those that are pilots. It's pretty easy for them to get here, and so they're really happy to do that. So that's one just way to learn about different scholarships as well. All right, we've got, when we talk about well-rounded students, these are just some of the organizations that we have. And by the way, if you go to our College of Aero website, you'll be able to go down all of these different clubs. We've got contact information as well. And if your student can't figure out who the contact is, then you can always ask Stacia. Also, we have something called Engage that your student opts into, and they can also search on any type of club. So in addition to our College of Aero ones, we also even have tons of ones for depending on wherever your home is. For instance, like we have Caribbean clubs and so forth. So basically, I forget the actual number now. Dr. Mehta, how many clubs on campus about do we have?
Over 100.
Yeah.
I lose track.
There's so many. If they want pickleball, soccer, like just tell them to Google whatever is their way. I'm saying Google, you can tell my age. But in Engage, they can literally just type in a keyword within Engage, and then all these different club opportunities will pop up. And most of them are free. All right, with that, here's our full list. Next, just some final notes for your students, obviously not for you, but we want them to work hard, but we want them to have fun. To steal a line that Owen Gibbs out at the Flight Line says, if you do have a student that wants to be a CFI, he always says the interview starts on day 1 of their flight training. So they really want to look for the student that has that good attitude and comes prepared and so forth. And obviously things might happen, but just not a theme of these things. So attend your classes. I too, my son just graduated from Florida Tech last year in May. He wasn't College of Aero, but he just graduated, and I remember him coming to my office, and I'm like, wait a minute. Don't you have class right now? So I was like, oh no. I'm like, you're going to class. And it was right by my office. So he learned really quick. I think having a mom on your campus probably isn't a lot of fun, so I'm not sure how much fun he had. But he did join a fraternity, so maybe some fun, I don't know. But make sure you study, you get good grades. Absolutely, there's grade forgiveness and such, but boy, we don't want to utilize that, and you don't want this on their transcripts and such. So again, small problem with a professor, please just go say right away, look, I'm having this emergency, I need an extended due date. I would bet the majority, if not all, are going to accommodate. And there's also the Dean of Students, and that's Kat Nanny now. And so if they email her as well, she will also email all the professors just to let them know that she's seen whatever the paperwork is, because we're not asking for your student to share with us like their medical, nothing like that. But she'll be the person you can just, get that information from. So with that, we've got also just to participate, again, extracurricular activities, apply for scholarships, meet with your advisor, use your program flow to track your progress. Again, academic issue, go talk to your advisor. Flight issue, go to the flight line, be proactive. And one thing for all of you parents, FERPA documentation. Talk to your student about that. That's obviously between your student and you. But if you sign the FERPA documentation, then if there were to ever be some reason you want to talk grades or something with a faculty member, then, or Dr. Mehta or myself, you just need to have that paperwork, because if not, we legally cannot talk to you. And I get it. I know a lot of you might be paying for your students' bills and everything, but it's just legally, just go ahead and get that signed, and then we'll be good to go. All right, follow us on social media. If anyone wants to see that QR code, just leave that up for a moment. And how are we doing on time? Because I know the group before us ran about a half hour late. So we have half, oh, perfect. Okay, we'll be fine. That's great. Okay, thank you so much. So with that, I will go ahead and just give you Dr. Mehta and my just email addresses. So feel free to take a picture of that if you'd like. You can also find us pretty easily under, you can find any faculty under faculty profiles. If you just search faculty profiles, then you can just type in a last name. All right, information specific for flight students. So let's get into that. Obviously, you had the orientation yesterday, and so with that, you got to meet all of the flight line individuals that will be able to assist your student if there's ever any type of challenge again at the flight line. These are really great names to have. and they're there a lot because we have very extended hours at the flight line. All right, so what do you do if your PPL is incomplete? So obviously you'll want to complete it as soon as possible. It has to be outside of Florida Tech, but once you have it, if that flight block is still available, it's absolutely yours. If not, you'll have your student will have the flight block in spring. They'll still be a half a year ahead of their peers, but work on finishing that up. How do you do that? It can be flying back home. Ideally, we don't really encourage students to miss class, so maybe ideally just fly them home for the weekend. Realize there's different circumstances that everyone has. You can also find a local school here. We have many here in Melbourne and in Brevard County overall, so you can absolutely do that. And then also if you're just coming in with the private written but no PPL, you really should probably just come talk to Dr. Mehta and I at the end of this. There are a couple options, auditing an Aero 1 or getting a code through Gleason, but we can go into that if anyone even falls under that circumstance. All right, so what do you do if you don't have a flight block? Go see your advisor. I know that's a recurring theme, but they're wonderful, and their entire job is to make sure that your student gets exactly what they need. So please go talk to them. They're so incredibly helpful, very knowledgeable, and I really believe your student will enjoy working with them over their time here at Florida Tech. But there are still some flight blocks available. Obviously, some limitations just because the semester begins on Monday. All right, we do have pathway programs, and so with that, it's essentially just airline pre-selection program. It's entirely up to your student, your family, however you all want to make that decision, but it's a very personal decision. So essentially, if they do sign up, you can look on our College of Aero website to see all of our pathway programs. But with that, if a student does decide to do that, then then they're a little locked in. There are ways to obviously get out of that, but not necessarily as graceful. So with that, look into that because there are amazing opportunities out there, though. And some of your students might absolutely already have an airline they want to work for, and we have a pathway program for that. So most students begin this their sophomore year or later, so they've got a little bit of time. It essentially will help you get hired, which is really nice. Programs then came about because of severe pilot shortages, and it's just really a method for the airlines to screen your students, the pilots, and develop pilots during their college years, so they get to be developed a little earlier. And there'll be more briefings on this later this fall. All right, so here, this is just our process for aviation flight registration process. So if they're starting a new aviation flight course, they'll have to complete a registration form for academic credit, and they have to book a flight block. So definitely go to your advisor because they can assist. And then if you're just continuing into the next semester, you'll only need a flight block but no registration form. All right, and so here, basically, they'll meet again, with their advisor and figure out what their next semester registration is going to look like. And that tends to be open for students probably early November, late October-ish? First week of November. So at that point, the schedule though for spring is published before that, at least about a couple weeks before that. So they can go in to already their advisor and have looked at the actual courses and say, hey, this course really interests me for an elective and so forth. Okay, so when they then when they book they can use this flight block selection tool, and it's just in the hub, and they'll know how to do all of that as a flight student. All right, in the middle middle of the semester, they can also just like email this email here, flightstudent@fit.edu, and they can just ask for available flight blocks if they need something in the middle of the semester, depending on when their course, when they're suddenly going to be in the next course. So they can come up with maybe 2 to 3 choices for their flight blocks, and hopefully they'll be able to get one within that. When assigned a flight block, just forward the information to your advisor, and then the advisor will work on the paperwork and make it happen. Okay, so this is just the flight training flow, and I know they talked about this yesterday, but just wanted to show their visual of the 2 different tracks. So you've got the single engine, you've got the multi-engine, and so students can select that, and they just need to select it before flight 2. And so they can talk to different flight faculty and out at the flight line on the different tracks. All right, as far as GPA, so we do give our incoming freshmen a little grace. And so we'll talk about this. So flight students are required to maintain a minimum GPA of 2.6 or higher during their flight training program. If a student's GPA falls below a 2.0 after their first semester, they will be academically grounded. So they just won't be able to do flight training. Then they got to get that GPA up to 2.6 so they can have time to, do better than their second semester. If a student's GPA falls below a 2.6 after 2 or more completed semesters, then they are going to be academically grounded from flight training. So really, the goal, of course, would be to never be in that situation to begin with. But again, I realize, sometimes things can happen. A student will be reinstated to flight training if they can raise their cumulative GPA back up to a 2.6 or above, regardless of how many semesters they have completed, or the GPA of their most recently completed semester. So essentially, the chief instructor or his or her designee has the authority to waive this minimum GPA requirement, but this is only in very certain situations. All right, let's talk a little bit about safety. We have we're very proud of our safety culture here out at the flight line. And so we really do want our students to absolutely, we want them to speak up. If they feel something isn't wrong, they need to say something before they go do their flight lesson. If they did not sleep, if they're having some type of challenge where they feel they're not in a great state to have that lesson, they need to verbalize that. Obviously, if there's a pattern, this is going to be a challenge. And you would want us to ground your student versus have a challenge. So it's always good to just have the students just feel comfortable, to voice any concerns that they have. So one thing with this field is if you're with flight, again, you're flying, your students are going to be flying hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment, essentially, and they're going to be responsible, for their life, and the chief flight instructor. We really do just can't stress enough how much safety is important to us. So it's not a problem. Just please tell your student to speak up if something's going wrong. Again, family emergency at home, they can't get there, they're super stressed. We need to know that. It's really hard sometimes for students to remember to eat and hydrate, and it sounds so funny, but students are new, trying to get just acclimated, and so whatever they need to do as a reminder, but just again, so important for them to take care of themselves. But aviation is only safe because everyone works every day to make it safe, and so your students are absolutely part of that equation. Always make smart, safe decisions. No need, obviously, for them to show off. And so with that, again, any issues, report it immediately at the flight line. They want to know of anything that doesn't feel right on an aircraft or, again, with themselves. So fly and drive defensively and protect your eyes and your ears. All right, so this really just goes right into what I was just mentioning, so I'll just go through this part really quick. But as pilot in command, no one's going to be telling you what to do. So these students really are the leader, they're not the follower. And they just, again, can't stress enough, be proactive. Any challenge, please go to the flight line. Any challenge with academic course, go to your advisor. They need to take responsibility. This is the time for them to really, again, just make sure that they advocate for themselves and be proactive. So, so important. The faculty, staff, and your flight instructor, we are absolutely here to help your student be successful. And that is it. So what we're going to do is we'll wrap it up.
If we could get this mic might work too. So thank you, Dr. Carstens. I just wanted to give families some time. We have about 15-20 minutes left of our session. We can obviously stay later as well, but if there are any questions, the two of us are here to kind of answer them. Yeah, go ahead.
So, on one of the recent slides, you showed the pathway programs being in response to severe pilot shortage. And how is that evolving now in recent years? Because our older son was in a similar thing in computer science, and he just graduated last year and could not get a job.
Yeah, so I'm a pilot. I don't fly for the airlines, and that's because the airline industry is very cyclical, right? And so when I graduated college, there were no flying jobs. Now that trend has changed significantly. To answer your point about how it's changed over the last few years, 21 to 24, we had insane hiring. Every student was getting a job. You could throw your resume up and you'd have 5 offers. It's different in 25 and 26. The airlines took a lot more conservative approach, fears of a recession, and so there's been a lot less hiring, but that doesn't mean there's no hiring. It's a little more competitive, and so when you compare it to 23 and 24, yes, it looks significantly restricted, but what that means is the students need to put in that effort to have their competitive resumes ready. It's not just purely on flight hours. All those other things that Dr. Carson said, now those start to become the deciding factor. So to put it in more concrete terms, we are graduating 100 plus students a year, but we only have about 85 flight instructors total in our flight school. So we don't hire all of our graduates. And we're hiring less and less because our graduates come work for us, they build time to their 1,000 hours, and then they go off to the airlines. Well, if they're not leaving for the airlines, that means we don't have as many job openings, which means we're hiring less students. As soon as that trend flips back, there's going to be this floodgate again of hiring. So it's very cyclical. We're in a low period, but we're not in a massive downturn where nobody's getting jobs. They're just a little bit slower. So you may end up at 1,000 hours, 1,100, 1,200, and you're still waiting for an opening. But I don't think that those openings are never coming, right? It may just take a little longer these days. And again, your students, we're talking 5, 6 years down the road. If I could predict what was going to happen 5, 6 years from now in the airline industry, I'd be a billionaire and I wouldn't be here. So, yeah. But what I will say is, when the airlines are hiring, they're hiring out of the schools like Florida Tech. There's 35, 36 schools that have an ABBY accreditation. There's 35, 36 schools that have these pathway programs at all the majors. So when they are hiring, they're hiring from here. Yes?
You mentioned that only 3 credits would be allowed to be transferred into academic. Does that count against the credits that maybe already been accepted, like a student who came in with
No, yeah.
31 credit hours?
Sure. No, that does not. When you transfer in credit prior to, that does not count for those 3 that you can take after you start. The 3 class, it's not 3 credits, it's 3 classes, so 9 credits. Those are after you start. So it does not affect the ones that you brought in before that.
And then lastly, the CFI selection, how GPA dependent and how competitive, how do you do those selections? I know you say if you start day 1, that's all.
Sure. GPA is a very small part of it because primarily we're looking at their training records out of the flight school. So every lesson gets graded satisfactory, incomplete, unsatisfactory, and every lesson gets comments on their performance. So their performance in the airplane is much more what we take into consideration. Obviously a 2.0 and a 2.5 GPA are not going to get as much attention, but between a 3.6 and a 3.9, we don't really utilize that in that manner. Yeah.
How are their flight instructors assigned each week? How many can they expect to?
So they don't get flight instructors each week. They get an instructor for the course, and that's their instructor for the entire semester. Unless their flight instructor puts in their papers to go to the airlines and leaves. So if an employee quits, then you'll get a new flight instructor, but you don't get a new one every week. Yeah. Yeah.
The pathway program, does it in any way accelerate the time, between when school graduates and if he gains employment?
No, the 1,000-hour rule is the rule for everybody. It's just a matter of, the pathway program is like a conditional job offer. It's a recruiting tool, so it doesn't accelerate any time.
What is the average time somebody spends from the time they graduate to the time they...
Yeah, so a student was going to graduate in either of our tracks at about 200, 220 hours, and they've got a time build to 1,000. So it takes about 2 years after you hit your commercial pilot's license, CFI, to get to 1,000. That's assuming that the airlines are hiring right at 1,000. So on average, I would say you'd plan from day one, if you've never flown an airplane, to the time you get to an airline, about 6 years. So 2 years after graduation. If you're coming in with a private, you can maybe bring that down to 5, 5.5, something like that. Yeah. Sorry, I'm hard of hearing, so I'm leaning in.
What are the negatives to joining the airline program?
The negatives. So, in today's climate, which what we were talking about, where the airlines are being selective, the negatives are very few. You want that guaranteed job. The negatives that I would talk about and that we talk about back in 22, 23, if you sign a commitment letter to airline A, and then when you do get ready to get your 1,000, and airline B is offering a $50,000 sign-on bonus, or my girlfriend now lives in Atlanta and I no longer want to fly for this airline and I want to go here, now you're locked in and can't pivot plans. So it leaves you less flexible. And so yes, when every airline was hiring like crazy, I would have said that's a negative. But right now, I think the positives of having a guaranteed job far outweigh those negatives. Yeah.
Is there a difference between all pathway, Delta and 90, sign up?
I mean, to be blunt, it'd be like the difference between Coke and Pepsi. They're all kind of the same thing, right? And so they're a little bit different. Like one will give tuition remission, one will give free flight benefits. Their incentives are slightly different. Their hiring processes are slightly different, but ultimately they all do the same thing. Yeah.
I'm curious if you're observing any kind of impacts of AI on pilots' training and ability to get hired or just the industry.
Yeah. We're human factors people. We design flight decks. AI is not going to be affecting pilot jobs anytime soon, right? We're still, I worked on flight deck designs in the 2010 region for the 2040 flight deck. So any airliner that's looking at that, yes, we may have software patches and we have assistant tools, but that's not going to affect federal regulations on how many pilots are in the cockpit and hiring. Right? You may use different tools on the iPad, but you're not losing your job to AI as a pilot today. Nor do I think your students will in 20 years. Now, 30, 40 years from now, bets are different, but yeah. Yes?
How much do the cargo airlines recruit here at FedEx?
Not very often. Cargo airlines typically pull from the majors, so you don't typically get a lot of college students going straight to UPS, FedEx. We do have a partnership with a cargo carrier, Amerijet Airlines out of Miami, and so they are committed to hiring some of our students, but again, it's up to the student to choose that path if they so wish, but it is an option. Yeah?
What are the requirements for the pathways, and does it matter which track you choose, one or two?
No, it does not matter what track you choose for the pathway. The requirements, again, are slightly different. United, for example, will only interview you after you have a commercial pilot's license, which is typically seniors. Some of them don't have that, and so they'll interview you as a sophomore or a junior. So those are slight differences, but primarily they're all, again, very similar. It's just a matter of what day they'll, or what time in your program they'll do the interviews. Yeah. Other questions? Yeah.
If you have a student that's coming in and has not flown before,
Yeah.
the books that they're going to need, are they part of the Panther program?
Yeah. Yeah, all the books, whether they've flown or not flown, are part of that Panther Ready program for all academic coursework. Now, what is not part of Panther Ready is consumables, if you will, which is aeronautical charts. So charts that you use to fly the airplane, those are updated every 56 days. So those you have to purchase on your own. They went over that, I believe, with the students, but we have it at the chief pilot's office as well, of just instructions on what you need to buy, how you need to buy it, etc. Because those, like I said, they update every 2 months.
Coming into it, is there certain clothing that they have to wear?
Certain what?
Pants and
Oh.
stuff that they have to wear. How soon will he need that? Will he be in a plane like soon, or?
He will be in a plane soon, not on day one. If they've never flown an airplane before, the first few days are just ground school. Your first day is not going to be in the airplane, so I would say probably by the end of the first week or in week 2, that's when they'll most likely start flying the actual flight. Yeah, it's not any specific pants, it's just pants. Yeah. What I mean is it's no shorts, no flip-flops, it's closed-toed shoes, pants. There's no real, like, yeah. It does get hot. It does, for sure, but it's primarily a safety thing, no exposed, legs. Yeah.
What's the main objective for track 1 versus track 2?
I can't hear you, sir.
What is the main objective?
The main objective. So track 1 and track 2, really, the difference is, what do you want to do first? Ultimately, I think, I said this to a parent before we walked in, you're going to end at the same point. If you're going to the airlines, you're going to need multi-engine time. So even if you do track 1, at some point after you get your CFI, you're going to likely do a multi-engine add-on or an MEI instructor rating or something to get some multi-experience, because they have minimum hours required to apply. So it's just a matter of, do you want to do that multi during your schoolwork and then after you graduate get your CFI, or do you want to graduate with your CFI and then do the multi stuff afterwards? So the objective is really to give you the choice as to what you want to do first. So if you want to get your CFI as soon as physically possible, track 1 is a little faster. But then track 2, if you're not going to be a CFI, you want to go fly cargo and you can get a job at 400 or 500 hours, then you might go the multi-route. And so the difference is to just give students options. It really doesn't, it's not that one is better than the other.
I was going to ask, how difficult is it for them to, like, let's say they want to be a cargo pilot and then they think, wait, no, actually I want to go into people. How difficult is it to kind of transition between those?
So you can't switch tracks, but if you've selected a track and you met the graduation requirements to get your multi, but now you want to go be a CFI, you can do your single engine add-on and your CFI after that. It's just not part of your college credits, so you can still do that.
And post-graduation?
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Yes, sorry.
So how much flexibility is there with choosing different majors? And is there some time to explore that, or are you pretty much locked in?
I would say the way we have it set up, our majors are very foundational in year 1. So if you switch majors at the end of year 1, you're almost not going to see any difference, and you can switch tracks very easily. not tracks, switch majors very easily. You do it in senior year and you're going from meteorology to management, you've missed a bunch of business classes. So year 1, no problem. Year 2, you're probably a couple classes off track. Year 3, you're probably a semester plus off track. Year 4, you're probably a year plus off track. So switching majors is very common in freshman year, because everyone has to do English, history, math, basic aviation, foundation stuff. So predominantly, there's not a whole lot of difference. Yeah.
Clarification, is there in business, or has there ever been in business where someone who goes through track 1 and completes their CFI within the graduation period still have time to do the multi-engine add-on, even though not required for graduation?
Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. It happens all the time. It just, you don't do it for college credit. You do it as like something on the side, right? And so what many people in track 1 will do is they'll get their CFI and then they'll get their multi add-on just as an elective in senior year, or they'll do it after graduation just as a time building, expertise building thing. Yeah. Yes. Summer program.
During summer.
Aha.
What are some other options to continue on?
Yep, so we're open 340, 50-ish days of the year. I don't know exactly, I have to do the math. We close for the week between Christmas and New Year. We close for the half week of Thanksgiving, and then we close a couple of random days in the year. Other than that, we're open.
So they just arrange with their instructors?
Yep, they just keep going.
Is there summer housing?
There is summer housing. It's paid per week. So if you have the end of a flight course and you just need 2 weeks, you can pay for that. You want to pay for the whole summer, you can do that. So there is summer housing. Now, it's never the same housing that they were in, so they got to move and move out and all of that. But yeah, there is summer housing. Yes?
If the kids are on track 1 and they get their CFI, and then if they're working to, start getting paid to fly, they're free to do the multi if they want to go to Melbourne flight training or not.
Yep.
Festival, whatever, that's perfectly fine.
Yep, if you do this for either of these to graduate, that's the minimum required by the FAA for us to give you a restricted ATP endorsement. Whatever you do after this is, we don't really, we don't control that. And you can also flight instruct back home. Once you get your degree, that's what gets the endorsement on your transcript that says you're restricted ATP endorsed. Yeah. However you build time from 250 to 1,000 is up to you. I had 4 kids convince their parents to buy them a Cessna, and they flew it around for a year. They sold the airplane, made a profit, and then went to the airline. So, yeah, it's doable. If any parents are buying airplanes, I'd take one too. Yeah.
So, regardless of which track you do, you graduate, and then if you want to work on the other one, can you still do it through towards after the Alvin graduate program?
Yeah, yes, you can do it with us. What I will say is if we have space available, right? And so undergraduate students get priority and they get the preference for available airplanes. If it's summer and we have free airplanes and free instructors, we're happy to give you extra courses. But that's not something I would guarantee. Yes?
So if a student, let's say, hopes to be a CFI here at Florida Tech,
Yeah.
is it a better pathway to do the first track 1?
Yeah, no, the interview process does not give preference to one track over the other. Once you have a CFI in hand, you're eligible for the interview. Then it's about you as a person, not your path. So, yes?
If the kids elect track 1, and let's say they get the CFI, at the end of their 2 years, are there part-time instructing opportunities?
Yep, so, yep, we hire seniors as part-time instructors. Yep. Yes?
What part of this program do you think my student will enjoy the most at their time here?
It's a great question. I haven't had that one before. If I were to speak from the students' experiences that I've interacted with, it's probably the extracurricular activities, the student clubs. That's where you form those bonds, those friendships, those networking opportunities, going to conferences, the things that you don't see on the PowerPoint slide in the classroom. Right? And so our student clubs, the 10 or 11 that are out there, those are professional student clubs. Those are not let's hang out and have parties on the weekends. Those are professional clubs where they're going to professional conferences, they're interacting with different people, they're getting internships, they're getting experience in the real world. So that, I think, is what would be the most enjoyable, and I've seen the students grow the most bonds with.
Well, let me narrow that to the flight program specifically.
Okay.
What part of the academic portion have you found that students enjoy the most?
So, the two things I would say. The first is our advanced aircraft systems material. So for flight students, that's where you really get into jet aircraft. You're learning about how to fly jets. You're learning the systems. You're learning the FMS and things like that. On the non-flight side, I think our airport planning and design courses are where the students love it the most. They get to design an airport using AutoCAD. They get to do a full runway noise model, and so they get to really get their hands on practical everyday things. So I think those are probably the two most highlighted materials that we offer. Other questions? Yeah?
Yeah, we have somebody that has a PPL and also did dual enrollment and has sort of the first year done that's coming in. Right?
Yeah.
How's that affect this flow?
I don't think it affects this flow at all because you're just starting, you just assume you've finished that and you're starting at this point. Okay. So you're just got 3 years instead of 4.
So you have to like start making the decision?
You start making a decision next week. First day of class. Yep. Yeah, this decision for freshmen that don't have a private is going to come in Aeronautics 2, Flight 2. If you have a private and you have Aero 1 and Flight 1 already accomplished, you're making that decision Monday or Tuesday whenever you have your first class. So, you got a week. Yep.
Is it realistic for the student to do flight training with air traffic control?
Yeah, absolutely. 50% of our students do that. Air traffic control is an associate's degree that you can get along the way to your bachelor's. It's just a matter of taking it as your electives inside your degree. It's very easy to do. I wouldn't say easy, but it's streamlined. It's very streamlined to do. Other questions? Yes?
Are there certain extracurricular organizations that you were just talking about that are geared towards kids who are going into aeronautics?
Those are the 10 or 11.
Like the networking?
Yep, those are the ones that are on the screen. Those are the ones that I would say are the professional aviation ones. Yep, yeah.
If a student had to prioritize work over the summer, does that put them at a disadvantage?
It does, to an extent, right? And so is your student coming in with a private?
No.
So we have a rule of thumb, or I wouldn't say a thumb, we have a rule that we follow, which is we want your student to have their private pilot license before the start of sophomore year. So that is August of next year. If they have not finished their private in May, we would tell them not to leave for the summer.
Okay.
If they have finished it, or 2 weeks into May, and they want to go home, then that would be fine. But I would not let your private pilot license drag on into sophomore year.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're being told we got to wrap up. So thank you all for coming, and if we can help in any way, let us know.
Hello again. Hi, friends. Did everyone have a good lunch? We're still tired, right? There's a lot more information, but I promise it's gonna be worth it. I'm only gonna be up here for another couple seconds. Both of my shoes are untied. We're having a day, guys. We're having a day. Your students were, again, wonderful. Very kind during their sessions. We've never seen anything like it before. We did have 2 girls hiding in the bathroom because they're like, we don't want to sit through it. I was like, sweet. And they literally were sitting on the ground in the women's restroom. Said, you'd rather sit here than in there? And they said, oh yeah, never mind. And they got up and walked in to the presentation. So things went well over there. But we in student life really, really, really like to focus on a couple things when it comes to your students' engagement and your students' experience here at Florida Tech. We want them to be engaged, to get involved, to stay invested. We want them to be a part of our experience for years and years and years to come, something to be really, really proud of. And the number one question we get asked from our parents is many things, but this one in particular: will my student have time? And with math, that I didn't do, obviously, it says that you do in fact have time. So with 42 hours of sleep, 15 hours of class, then studying, hygiene, eating, family and relationships, then 15 to 20 hours of work, which a lot of students typically don't work more than 10 hours, so we're being very generous with that. There's still 31 to 36 hours for your students to get out there and make their own experience the way they want it to be and get involved in some organizations. Now, there's reasons, right? There's always reasons to do something, but there's many reasons to get involved. Number one is we want your students to meet people. We want them to find their family away from their family and create a new family on their own. And we want them to meet people and engage with others. Obviously, you want them to have fun and be excited. I had the best college experience. Hopefully they did, most of them did too, I'm sure. But we loved college and we want them to love it too. There are tons and tons. I could literally list them quickly from my head. There are multiple research studies, everything done. The more a student is involved, the better that their time management skills are, the higher their GPA. For example, our fraternity and sorority community is 0.2 higher, both fraternities and sororities, 0.2 higher than the undergraduate population's GPA. And they're some of our busiest students. Athletes the same way, they're like 1.1 higher. That is something that it proves. If you understand time management, then you're gonna end up being able to use your time wisely. Serving others, we are a very civically engaged institution and we want to serve our campus and local community. As you guys can see, we are smack dab in a city and we want to not only have us as our students and faculty and staff and our campus community be excited to be Florida Tech, we want our community to be proud that Florida Tech is here, so we like to serve others. Another reason is to learn something new and find your passion. You already heard my story. I found my passion real quick in college. Went the opposite direction that I'm thinking you wanted to go, but it worked out in the end. So you want them to learn something and find their passion. I was telling you that my husband has 3 degrees from Florida Tech. He actually has 2 undergraduates. His doctorate's from somewhere else. But his 2 undergraduates, he started here with mechanical. He wanted to work with cars. That's why he worked for McLaren. And then when he was here, he was like, well, ocean engineering sounds fun. So he decided to add that on like a weirdo. And now he has another undergraduate degree in ocean engineering. And that's because he found his passion in it. And now it's been really great because he understands the ocean engineering department. He's been hiring ocean engineers for the things that they're building that are going in space, not in the ocean, because he knows the type of education they have. So it's been really wonderful. Again, to prepare for their career and network, they need to build relationships with people and get to know people. And then of course to build their resume. Now the impacts of being involved, another question we always get from parents, when it comes to the time commitment, what we like to tell our students and our families is that adding, Carolyn will go over these in a couple minutes, but our registered student organizations, it's like adding 1 credit hour, both inside and outside the classroom. So like Student Success Support Center said, if it's a 3-hour course, they should be studying 3 hours outside of the class. You know how we tell students that all the time? Same thing with organizations. Joining a smaller organization is like one credit hour added both inside and outside, 2 additional hours a week. And then if they want to join a bigger organization, such as a rec sport, a club sport, fraternity and sorority life, then it's more adding like 3 credit hours to their coursework. But that's because they have events and programs, they have meetings, they have lots of opportunities available to them that are a little bit more than our other student organizations. But there's tons of opportunities that come with that. As you can see up there, conferences, leadership experience, that networking both on and off campus, personal and professional development, and then again, finding their passion. And my favorite thing, the reason why I am still here at Florida Tech, is myself, Veep, as you guys now know who that is, VP McMahon, President Niccolo, really care about the student experience. We are not like other institutions where like, here's a policy, deal with it. It is, hey SGA, we have this potential policy coming through. Do you want to review it and let us know your thoughts? So SGA is constantly and consistently doing that. They can really, really, really influence the administration. I say to my students all the time, my entire team does all the time, this is your experience, this isn't ours. We had our experience and we're grateful for that, but this is your experience. So how can we take some of your crazy brained ideas, which sometimes are really fun and exciting, and make them reality with our policies, rules, and regulations in place. And then of course, campus networking too. So now, my team's gonna go over all the many different ways you can get involved, you can help your student get involved. And here's Carolyn. That's not my, oh my God.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Garudi. I'm the Director of Student Life, and I oversee all of our organizations on campus, all of our registered student organizations, but I am very passionate about student leadership development and getting them involved in organizations. Your student, there's over 140 organizations on our campus. Your student is going to meet many of them on Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. in the Clemente Center. I just told them the first organization they join is usually the most impactful in their experience at Florida Tech. So encourage your students to come to the organization fair. If they missed the one on this Thursday, we have another one next Thursday on the Crawford Greens right out there. Getting them involved gets them connected to the university and makes them more passionate about being here, and it honestly encourages their studying in the classroom as well. I'm going to pass it on to Emma. She's going to talk about the Student Government Association.
Thank you so much. Hi everybody, my name is Emma and I am a senior here. So 3 years ago, my parents were sitting right where you are. So I'm really appreciative to be here to talk to you all. Like Carolyn said, I'm going to talk about our Student Government Association. We do so much work on campus to make sure that the students are heard and that they have a good, fun time, that they are advocated for. 2 of the most recent initiatives we had, one of them was the SGA Food Pantry. So we get donations, we purchase food, all to make sure that the students have access to fulfilling healthy meals. There are so many reasons why students might not have access to those meals, whether it's money, they can't afford them, time, they're students and they have jobs so they can't find time to get to PDH, whatever. We provide that food for free for our students. Another one that we launched recently was the Student Professional Closet. We lend out professional clothes to students that they can borrow for interviews, career fair, yes, all the professional things like that. That way they don't have to spend a ton of money on professional clothes that they're just gonna wear once or twice. So those are the kind of things that SGA really want to provide for our students. And they were all based on suggestions we got in previous years. So students can come to us, we have feedback forms, we have suggestion surveys, and we take that feedback and we act on it. I will also talk about our Campus Activities Board. I'm up there with the goat, as you can see. So the Campus Activities Board, it is so much fun. We do all of the large-scale events on campus that have nothing to do with academics. So we make sure students can have a break from their classes sometimes. We do a ton of really fun events, like we have Lego Bingo, Goat Yoga, that's the one that's on the screen, that is everybody's favorite. Every year we have a Renaissance Fair in December. We do so much, and the best part is that it's run by the students. So if your student is interested in planning these events, they have ideas, they want to see things on campus, they can come join us. We meet every Tuesday at 8 p.m. and they can help us plan that. They can get it implemented and it will come into fruition on campus. Let's see what else. All right, I'm going to pass it back to Carolyn. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Fun fact, I already said everything that was in the slide, so we're gonna keep moving to Greek life.
Hi everybody, my name is Gabby and I am the coordinator of Student Life and I have a focus in Greek life. So I actually attended Florida Tech and I was a member of our Greek life here, so everything I say is my personal experience and it is true. I'm sure we've all seen, if we're on any social media, all of the Alabama Rush and the SEC sororities and fraternities doing all their big things. erase all that from your mind because none of that happens here. Our fraternity and sorority community are some of the best individuals. I know a lot of you encountered them this weekend with move-in, helping out, being there, getting all the stuffs in and out of your vehicles and into the dorms. But we currently have 9 fraternities with 1 starting this fall. We have 3 sororities and then 3 professional co-ed fraternities, which the professional ones are usually academic or values-based, which all of our sororities and fraternities have values, but if you're more focused on service, that might be one of those for you. All of our, like it says, all of our chapters were founded on leadership, scholarship, service, and friendship. Our chapters go above and beyond to make sure that their members feel like they're at home. We all get along, we're all friends. But the ways for your student to find out more would be at our presentations on Wednesday. It talks about the benefits of joining, all of those good things that being in the community can give you, sorry. Also during the student life fairs that are this weekend, next week, Meet the Greeks will be on Friday during their Color Wars finale, and during recruitment week, which starts with the first day of classes. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to find me, and hope you guys encourage your students to go Greek. And back to Emma.
Hi, it's me again. Thank you so much. So, as you can see, we have so many different opportunities for students to become well-rounded people. In high school, everything's kind of centralized to high school, but now students are going out, becoming their own people, finding their own interests, and acting on them. So we really strive to ensure that our students have opportunities to engage with the community and make sure that they're giving back. So we have a ton of opportunities within civic engagement. Overall, that focuses on volunteering, so giving their time. We have Sorry, I'm thinking. We have volunteering. We also have just general civic engagement with the community. So we provide information on voter registration, things like that. We also are part of the Panther Peer Mentor Program. So your freshmen, if they're going through the first year experience class, they will all be assigned to a student mentor. And they're volunteers, they give up their time, they get trained over the summer. And they really give back to the student body by providing information and being a guide for the freshmen, giving back all of that support that they received when they were freshmen. So we really strive in civic engagement to make sure that the student body, we support each other, we give back, and we have those opportunities to become well-rounded individuals. Thank you. And over to Ashley.
Hi everybody, my name is Ashley Stanley. I'm the coordinator of Recreation and Intramurals. So Recreation is our organizations that compete, whether that is chess, Panther Robotics, volleyball, scuba. If it's outdoors and it competes, they fall under me. Recreation is a great way to get your students involved of moving, doing things. I've heard some students be like, I never went camping. Then I joined SOARS, and now they love camping, and that's something that they promote to new students coming in. So here's a couple examples of my organizations like I was talking about. On the side is Club Sports, which will be APK, you'll hear from him later. But like I said, I have badminton, bird watching, quiz bowl. So some are academic that compete, some are athletic, and some just like being outside. Also, we have esports under the student life bubble. That does not fall under me. That'll be under our director and assistant director, Ryan and Danielle. They're very passionate about what they do. They will be having tryouts for your student if they do like Smash Bros, Valorant, Rocket League, things like that. There's an interest form that they can fill out, and Ryan and Danielle will run that process. They also have their hours on the screen for your students to come in and free play and just kind of decompress, but they are also very big on academics, so you don't have to worry about your student just playing video games. All right, back to CG.
Hello again. We have about 150 events that are happening each week on our campus. So if your student ever calls you and they're like, there's nothing to do on campus outside of my class, they're lying, or they don't read their email. This is an example of all of our different signature events that happen every year. So read these out to them and say, have you been to these?
Additional ways you can get involved is through residence life. We have incredible RAs on our campus, and if your student is interested in joining residence life, JD, our SGA president, is an RA. Definitely encourage them to talk to him. How you and your Panther can get to know what's going on is through Florida Tech Engage. Each student has an Engage account that they can check out what events are happening, and every Monday morning we send them an email that includes every event happening from Monday to Sunday of that week with links to the location, the time, and the date. Like I said, if they tell you there's nothing going on, they're lying to you. This is our One Florida Tech app. Hopefully your student has downloaded it. If they haven't, tell them to download it, because literally every resource they're gonna need is gonna be able to be found in this app. And then all things Panther families. For you guys, your family weekend is in the fall this year from October 22nd to the 25th. You can also send care packages to your Florida Tech student through Student Life. There is Encourage Engagement. You guys are going to be the biggest influence on your students. If they are held up in their rooms or they aren't attending events, tell them to go get involved in something. I didn't get involved my first few years on campus, and as soon as I did, I really dove in 150% and joined every organization I possibly could. So the sooner they get started, the more leadership development they get to experience while they're here. Thank you, and remember to get them engaged, get them involved, and they will stay invested throughout their time at Florida Tech. I'm now going to pass it to our Title IX coordinator, Kelsey Kimball. Title IX coordinator. Look at her go.
I'm back. Sorry, I was just in the restroom. Perfect timing. Yeah, this is it. Would have been awkward if I heard that announcement, washing my hands. Okay. Use this one instead. All right, so, give me one second. It's been a second since I've seen the presentation as well, so we're gonna see what I had on here. All right. So my team is myself and David. So you met him earlier. He is the Vice President of Student Affairs and my senior deputy. So this actually just happened about a week ago. I used to be senior deputy and he used to be Title IX coordinator, but then I got a promotion and we kind of switched. And so he does help me for certain things, like talking to attorneys and other higher level cases. But I am now the Title IX coordinator, so a lot of students will be working with me in regards to their cases and accommodations. So it is very much a dual type of effort, as well as when we work with the Dean of Students. So I am really a team of one with a lot of supporting entities in my office. Whew. So there's not a lot of people know about Title IX until they come to a university. And to give you a little bit of background, Title IX is the 9th title of the Civil Rights Act, which is a federal regulation that protects universities and anyone that goes to universities from sex-based discrimination as well as sexual harassment. So some of the things that is covered by Title IX is sexual assault, sexual harassment, dating and domestic violence, as well as stalking. And then something new is pregnancy accommodations, and by new, I mean new to universities, though it has been a part of Title IX since 1952, I believe. So if you know anyone that is pregnant or nursing or parenting a child, then they can come to Title IX for accommodations and just support to make sure that they are getting equal access to their schoolwork, their courses, and not being disadvantaged by having that pregnancy or parenting need if they're the primary child care person for the kid. So what is Title IX? Like I said, it is something that helps ensure students are getting their education and participating in campus life without having discrimination or harassment under these qualifying criteria. And so what do we want you to remember about Title IX? Main thing is your student has the right to feel safe on campus, period. Nothing hidden about that. They have the right to ask for help, and they also have the right to understand what their options are. Most importantly, we're here to support them. We're not here to pressure them into an investigation, pressure them to follow a specific set of rules established, but give them the options that they have if they should be within this situation. And so the main thing that I am working on educating the university and educating students about is that just by coming to my office and having a conversation or reporting something doesn't mean that they're going to be punished. It doesn't mean that they're going to start an investigation. It just allows me to start a conversation about what the options are available to them. So when a student comes or I get a report about what has occurred, it allows me to open the door up for communication. Like I said, Title IX is a federal regulation. It is a federal regulation that all universities that is receiving federal funding has to abide by, but it also restricts the way that I have to communicate to students. So until I get some type of communication that's letting me know of a concern, I cannot reach out to someone. So I can't go looking and seeing, oh, hey, do you have a concern that needs to be reported to Title IX? Do you have a concern? It's me receiving those reports that allows me to get a green light to reach out to that student. So it's reports that control the way that I conduct my outreach. And so reporting often means I'm getting support, I'm getting information that I can use to gear that outreach case-by-case basis. It's safety planning, it's being preventative, but it's also understanding your options and assessing what resources would work best for you in your situation. So, your student might call you first. So we want you to know if that happens, listen, thank them for sharing, but avoid judgment. You want to encourage that support, let them know of the resources that are available. If they're not wanting to come to my office first, you heard me speak earlier about counseling center and the health center. Those are confidential resources they can go to say, hey, this has occurred. I don't know if I'm ready yet to go to Title IX. You can go to those other resources and have that confidentiality to share the incident, and then they will give them options as well. So you don't need to have all the answers, but I'm happy to help and answer the hypotheticals, the what ifs, the if this happened, then what? I get a lot of those coming into my office and saying, hey Kelsey, this may have happened last night. What would it look like if I pursued your process? I'll give that answer, I'll explain the whole process and let them know the options. And then that's a report. It's not a formal complaint because those are two different things. The only person that can sign a formal complaint is that impacted person. But I can get reports from anyone. I can get reports from friends, from family members, from you alls. I can get reports from faculty members, from advisors. But that formal complaint is the one thing that tells me that person wants the university to investigate. And that's the only person that can sign that formal complaint. Okay? So, another thing is amnesty, so like seeking help. Alcohol and drugs doesn't excuse the sexual misconduct, but I'm also not on the search to charge them for the alcohol and drugs misuse. I may provide education and other opportunities for them to learn why that impacted the incident that is being reported to me, but it's not preventing them from asking for help and getting the resources that they need. So when a report comes to me, what we're encouraging students to understand is that our priority is making sure that they're safe, that they're seeking the medical help, that they're asking questions, and then assessing those supportive resources. So like I said, I may provide other resources to make sure that they're getting the help that they need as it relates to alcohol and drugs, but I don't want students avoiding coming to me because they're more worried about getting in trouble about alcohol found in their rooms or drugs that may be in their system when the Title IX incident may have occurred. So, like I said before, there are confidential resources on campus that can also assist a student throughout the Title IX process or who they can go to before potentially coming to my office, and that includes the counseling center, the ombudsperson, health center, and then the chaplains across campus. And then there's also other emergency resources like campus security, who you've heard from, and then local law enforcement and 911 that we can work with simultaneously. We can aid them in getting restraining orders if that's something that they're interested in, but also something that they can do instead of doing Title IX. It's not anything that we prevent, but we're also flexible should they want to run concurrently. And then this is just a little chart to separate the two. And again, if you're not sure who to go to, you can also come to me with that. hypothetically, what's the best resource for my student to utilize in this situation? I will help you with that. And so these are just a couple of questions that I have been asked from families, and then students have asked as well, like, would my parents be told what I am reporting to you? Because of FERPA and because of other privacy expectations, typically no, not unless there is FERPA that has been signed, because that is what protects a student's records. If your student does have FERPA signed and gives me consent to share that information, then yes, if you are wanting to be a part of that process, a student is offered an advisor through my process, and you can serve as that advisor. I do have many cases where parents serve as a student advisor. There are some cases where students like, please just make my parents aware of the general information. Can I have them on a call? You're more than welcome to. But that student has to give me that permission because of FERPA law. All right? And then, does the requesting support automatically start an investigation? No. I will not start an investigation unless it is at the risk or the safety of the campus. So anything that is egregious, that involves the campus risk or safety, then I would have to consult with higher stakeholders on our campus. But until that is the matter, it is the student who tells me to start the investigation. And that is with a written signature. And then, can students receive support without filing a complaint? Yes. Any student can walk into my office now, say, hey Kelsey, we got somebody that needs you in your office. I probably would put this mic down and say, look, okay, this is about everything. Y'all can get my contacts, and then I would go help that student and get them the support that they need. Any student can walk into my office and ask for support without having a formal complaint. And then, can family members contact the Title IX office? Absolutely. I welcome and I encourage you all to, if you have a question, send me an email, give me a call, and I will explain any questions or any hypotheticals, resources that we have available on our campus for your students. And that is about it. Do you have any questions now? No? All right, so this is my email. There is a general Title IX coordinator email that goes to both David and I, and then my personal email as well, same number that we saw before, and same location as well. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. My website is there as well that has the full Title IX policy. It is 35 pages. So if you need to go to bed at night one night and you need something to read, highly suggested. Little legal jargon, but nothing too crazy. But we are fully transparent. Like I said, it is a regulation universities have to abide by, but we do not hide anything because of that. So if you have questions, you more than likely are going to find it on my website, because we share it all. We share it with students. We let them know what is going to be happening forthcoming so that they're not surprised by anything. And we want it to be the same with you all. So if you have questions, please let me know, okay? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Hoover. I currently serve as the Director of Student Conduct. I'm going to talk briefly today about academic honesty and some behavioral expectations. We understand that behavioral expectations come on a wide range of a spectrum, anything from conflict resolution all the way up to more egregious suspension, expulsions of behavior. Some things that are important to know is what our student handbook, our university housing living guide, and our academic honesty policies say. Here's a QR code if you are interested in taking a quick screenshot and being able to look them up later. You certainly can. We'll go through just a little bit of each one. The student handbook is going to pretty much encompass almost all of our policies on the university. The University Housing Living Guide is for those that have students living inside the residential facilities. The academic honesty policy is specific to the academics, overseen by the provost office. And so talking about academic honesty and what that entails, we want to make sure that our students are not cheating or plagiarizing, that they're not using unauthorized collaboration, and that they're not fabricating their resources or their sources in general. We want to make sure that they're giving credit where credit is due, and to know that they can't just work with other people on homework assignments like they may have done in the past in high school. Making sure that they're not duplicating or that they're not, again, working in those groups. In addition to artificial intelligence, whether that's ChatGPT or Gemini or any other resources out there, without giving it the proper credit. We do have our library services that have access to Grammarly. And what we've encouraged students to do is, we've encouraged students to make sure they're saving their work before they go into Grammarly and check it. What we're finding is that when they go into Grammarly or they put their paper in to ask for some feedback, and they go and they accept the changes and turn it into the faculty, and they run it through their report, is that the Grammarly is showing that it was artificial intelligence that suggested a structure change in a sentence, and it's getting flagged. So we encourage the students to make sure that they're saving their work before they run it through any of those platforms to show that they've actually done that. It's okay that they're using those platforms in order to be able to help assist in certain ways, but they don't want to be able to use something to create their entire paper. The example that I give is we don't want to be teaching students to go to ChatGPT and figure out how to put nuts and bolts together and then send them into the real world to build a plane. So we want to make sure that they're not using those sources in inappropriate ways. So we want to make sure that we're also promoting the growth of the learning environment, that they're respecting their scholars and their peers, and that they're holding the institutional values. Florida Tech has a reputation out there with a lot of industries, and we want to make sure that we're holding to that and that we're producing good students. One of the number one things that I typically say is, why do we have students that have any type of behavioral or conflict within any type of our policies? It's time management. Students going from high school where they could go to class at 7 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was very structured. Now that they're here on campus, they have to figure out when to take a shower. They've got to figure out when to eat, or if they've only got class for an hour. How do they balance all of that extra free time that maybe they didn't have before? And that gives them a lot of opportunities to push their homework aside and wait till later. They'll be staying up till 2 o'clock eating Oreos and drinking lots of soda, and then amongst many other things. So make sure that as you're having conversations with your students, you're talking about that time management aspect, that if they're falling behind, they're going to the Student Success Center, that you're able to write a care report, try to get them additional resources that we can help out, make sure that they're making good friends or friend groups, and that they're not constantly going out or getting involved in things that they should not be getting involved in. In some cases, we do have faculty members, or at least the students feel that maybe they weren't very clear with their directions or what was being expected of them. Our faculty have done a very good job revising a lot of their syllabi to make sure that they include their expectations. But then also we understand that coming to college for the first time can be really stressful. Being away from home, whether that's just an hour or whether that's several hours away, trying to navigate the college experience can be very stressful for a lot of our students for the first time. And so to just understand why that misconduct happens, here's kind of our top 3 reasons that we see. And then within our process of student conduct, I want to make sure that just because a student gets a letter or they say, hey, come see me in my office and let's talk about something that happened, it's not just there's a violation, a report, a sanction, and the case is closed. There's a lot more of the educational and developmental process that goes into that. Each case that we have, we're going to call a student in, we're going to let them be heard, we're going to let them see the reports that we have, we're going to make sure that we ask in-depth questions on what happened, why were they there, what led up to the incident, and we're really going to focus on how we can move forward, how they can continue to remain here at the institution and be a positive influence rather than getting involved in doing things that go against our policies. If anybody has a student who is a part of aviation with flight, it's important to know that if they're in any type of violation that includes alcohol or drugs, that they may be grounded from flight for a period of time, and or they could be dismissed program. That doesn't mean that they are suspended from the institution, but they may have to change their major. We don't want to send somebody up in a plane that is under the influence of any type of alcohol or drugs. We do have a policy, or it's assumed what we call complicity. And so if they are in an apartment, whether that's Columbia Village or Roberts Hall, and there's a group of 25 students that are in there and there's a whole bunch of alcohol, being there is just as responsible if you're not consuming the alcohol or not participating in the drugs. So have those conversations with your students to let them know, like, hey, if you're gonna be a part of an incident or something that doesn't seem right, remove yourself from that situation. And the same thing goes to if we do health and safety inspections for residents' life, and we come in and we find alcohol or something, all students might get a letter that says, hey, come meet with us. But again, they're gonna come in, we're gonna have a conversation, they're gonna be heard, and we're gonna do kind of that investigation into what led up to the incident and how some of the policies got violated. So as parents, I want to make sure that you can be supportive to your student. Again, trying to help them navigate a college environment from a distance, listening to them, let them explain what happened, make sure that you're asking questions and not just jumping to conclusions or necessarily solutions for them. Make sure that you're encouraging them to take ownership when things happen, but help them communicate that. Be direct with university officials, meeting deadlines, and taking responsibility for whatever those next steps might be. And then be supportive. Whatever that plan is to move forward, what does that look like for them? How do we continue to provide support and resources on campus or off campus? Whatever that might be, it's different for each student, but just continue to be supportive. If you have any questions for me, I'm going to be out in the lobby after this, so I'm happy to answer any questions. Other than that, welcome to Florida Tech, and thank you all.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? You're still awake after lunch. That's a good thing. Come on out here. I'd like to introduce some people to you. Right here, this is Lieutenant Justin Babcock. He's in charge of our operations, so our uniform personnel. And then we have our staff sergeant here. And then we have our investigator, Bonnie Rink. We have Todd here, judge. Between, really unfortunately, I should say, between the three of us, I think we have over 100 years of law enforcement experience. So that is. I've raised 2 children. We have some fathers here, and now I feel like I'm raising about 2,500 every semester. But it's a good thing. We're here for you guys. It's really important for you to know that our number one priority here is the safety and security of your students. Number one, okay? We look out for them. We try to steer them in the right direction when we can. We're not sworn law enforcement here, which is a good thing. We can provide a little bit more, direction on what's good and what's not good, and we provide them with every resource we possibly can. One of the real important things I need you to know is we are here 24/7, 365. 24/7. This is a phone number you can call, all right? And you can get a hold of us, okay? It can be security related, it can be emergency related, or it can be something that you're concerned about your student. It can be anything, off hours, give us a call, all right? As a dad, and we see it here, more than I can tell you. The welfare checks that we do, because somebody hasn't heard from their loved one, their student, in 3 days. We check on them, wake them up, tell them to give mom or dad a call. It happens all the time. And some of you here might be making that call. And that's okay, that's what we do. We're all going to be in the back afterwards, so if you have some questions or some concerns that you would rather talk about back there, just grab one of us and we'll go through that. Some of our comprehensive safety and security things we do here at Florida Tech. I mean, we work with every aspect of this campus. So counseling, Title IX office, I think you just heard from them. Our big thing, everybody here knows, you're all above that age. See something, say something. See something, say something. I can't stress that enough. And please tell your students that as well. Please encourage them not to sit on information. If they need help or something doesn't look right, we need to know. Okay? That really helps us to keep the campus safe. Training, we routinely train. We do safety presentations and we beg, and I'm going to ask you for your students to attend. All right? We do things like active shooter training. We do personal safety. We do travel safety. You name it, we do that throughout the entire semester. Please encourage them to take part in those trainings. Compliance and risk management, all the different things on campus, lights out, trip hazards, we report all of that as well. Emergency alerts, emergency notification systems. We have a very robust system here. We've worked really hard on it. And we're going to show you in a minute one of the apps that I'm going to ask all of you to download or put on your phones. Go ahead. And that is the Florida Tech Safe app. The Florida Tech Safe app will alert you, if you sign up for it, for any notifications we put out campus-wide, safety concerns, severe weather alerts. If we have some kind of emergency notification we have to put out on campus, meaning there's a danger on campus, we will put it out on that. Okay, and you can get that information right away. You can also work with your student with this. I know how easy it is to get access to their phones, but you can actually, with their okay, they can say, hey, Dad, Mom, I'm walking from the library and I have to walk to my dorm. Can you talk to me? You can actually watch them. Geofencing, it'll show you where they are, and they can message you right through that. We can also do that with our dispatch. All they have to do is contact our dispatch. They do it with their phone, and our dispatcher can watch them go from one end to the other, and they can tell us they're okay when they arrive. We encourage the students to take advantage of that. The other thing we will do is we provide safety escorts. So one of those things, late night in the library, 2 a.m., and now they have to go to their dorm, we expect them to give us a call. The only thing we ask, we tell them, just give us a little bit of notice because our guys are out all over the place trying to patrol. That is the QR code, but you'll see it. It is posted throughout the campus. All right, our biggest crime on campus, and that's a positive thing. We don't want any crime on campus, but our biggest crime on campus is bicycle thefts. All right, so again, we encourage the students. Encourage is a very nice word. We provide free U-locks to every student that actually brings a bike to campus. All they have to do is register. And I can tell you right now, the majority of our bikes that are taken from campus aren't even locked. Not even locked. But in the last 5 years that we've been doing this program, we have yet, I hope I'm not jinxing it, but we have not had a bike that has been properly locked with a U-lock taken off of campus. So it's an easy one. It's a no-brainer. All they have to do is stop in security, register their bike. They will get a free U-lock. All they have to do is use it. If they use it, they'll probably have the bike next semester. All right? It's a good thing. All right. We just talked to them about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. If they become a victim of a crime, we want them to report it. Like I said, like with see something, say something, we want them to feel comfortable with us, contact us and report it. They can remain anonymous. They can say, look, I don't want my personal information out there. I don't want to provide that, but I want to tell you what occurred. I want to tell you what happened to me. Because that can protect somebody else. That gives us the opportunity to put out what we call a timely warning notice in some cases. It also helps us to investigate and find out, do we have a systemic problem on campus? Is there something that we actually have to address? So we encourage them, if they become a victim of a crime, to contact us. We will immediately, and we work very closely with Melbourne Police Department, that is our local police department, as well as Palm Bay, which is where we have our other housing. Lieutenant Rank here, Bonnie Rank, was a Melbourne investigator for, I think, what, 82 years? She's only been retired 10. Yes, but so we have a very good rapport with them, and we will walk them through and really, for lack of a better term, hold their hand through the entire process if they become a victim of a crime. The other thing is we will get them resources, if nothing else. If they don't want any other assistance, we will get them resources. We'll make sure they're taken care of. So we really encourage that. We encourage you to be in contact with us, but we encourage your students to please reach out. We're a family here. It's a small university, and we take great pride in taking care of the students. Criminal investigations. All right, we talked about all that stuff. Go ahead. I think we have. All right, personal safety. We tell them all the time. Same thing. Don't walk alone. Utilize that app. As you walk through campus, you'll see we have an extensive blue light emergency box system. Okay, it's there. It's quick. It's easy. You don't have to look up anything on your phone. If they press that, blue light starts blinking. Our emergency dispatch gets that call immediately, and the cameras we have in the area will go right to that area. Obviously, we dispatch an officer. It's very valuable. I want them, I've told them, and please, as you're walking around today, tonight, encourage them to pay attention to their surroundings, know where they are, know that they're valuable. We really just want to educate them. The more they can be aware situationally of what's going on campus, they can avoid a lot, and they can also know what to do if something does occur. We know, we talk to the students all the time, right? They walk in the same door, they walk down the same hallway, they park in the same spot, and that's it. We're trying to encourage them, look around, know the different ways in and out of buildings, know the places to avoid. Most of it is just paying attention, being situationally aware. Again, I go back to have your students attend some of these courses that we provide, and we encourage them if they have questions, concerns, or they're uncomfortable with anything, we will get them the resources. Again, 24/7. That's the one thing, if you call here off hours, call security, all right? We will be in the back. We'll be hanging out for a while. If you have any questions, please let us know. But thank you, good luck, and I promise you we'll do our very best to protect your loved ones.
How y'all doing this afternoon? Excellent. My name is James Almacy. I'm the Director of Financial Aid here at Florida Tech. Many of you have probably received, should have received financial aid packages from our office. That's our work to try and do what we can to make Florida Tech as affordable as we can from all sources of financial aid, from the institution, federal government, the state of Florida. So now that we're kind of through that process, that should all be in place for most of you. I just want to go over a few items that are important now that you're here. It's going to be like renewal requirements, maybe some loan requirements that may still be outstanding if you're waiting on federal loans to pay, things like that. First, to talk about renewal requirements, your student has some requirements to meet in order to keep their financial aid for their time here at Florida Tech. Globally, we're looking for a 2.0 GPA and for them to complete at least 75% of their attempted coursework. And they generally must complete their degree within 150% of their projected program plan. That's generally within 180 credit hours. If they start to fail those requirements, their financial aid eligibility will be suspended, and then we have to start navigating that. So something to keep in mind, you keep an eye on those GPAs and the number of courses you're withdrawing from. There's maybe some more stringent requirements, renewal requirements, depending on the type of financial aid it is. A big one is going to be the Bright Futures Scholarship that many of you may have. So just a quick overview there. The top level of Bright Futures, the Florida Academic Scholarship, they got to maintain a 3.0 GPA and complete at least 24 credit hours by the end of the spring term. The GPA requirement for the Medallion Scholarship is 2.75. And then if you're a Florida resident, you have the EASE grant and FSAG grants. You got to keep that 2.0, as mentioned before, and also complete the 24 credit hours. Most of you probably also filed a FAFSA this year. Keep in mind that's an annual requirement. You got to do it every year. Sooner's usually better. The FAFSA for the 27-28 year is going to open on October 1st. So I know that's way early, looking ahead to next fall, to fall of 27. But I encourage you to get it done even as soon as it opens. That way you know it's completed, we have what we need, and your continuing financial aid package will roll into place once we start processing those things. If you haven't done the FAFSA for this year yet, please do it as soon as possible. Many people, sometimes you might think, oh, well, I'm not going to qualify for anything. You don't know until you file, for sure. Florida Tech itself has some need-based assistance that's based on the result of the FAFSA that's a little less stringent in its requirements than, say, some of the federal need-based grants. So, don't leave any stone unturned. Get that FAFSA done so we can make sure we're providing you with as much money as we can. If your student's taking advantage of student loan programs, there's a couple of items that sometimes we find students are lagging on getting them submitted. My office is currently chasing these. If they're doing the federal direct loans, those also need a master promissory note and entrance counseling. Students should be getting texts from us, emails from us, hounding them to complete those items. Those can be done at studentaid.gov using the same login as was used to complete the FAFSA. If you're planning on using the federal Parent Plus loan, that needs its own direct application as well. So you got to log into studentaid.gov. The parent, mom or dad, have to apply for that. That also requires its own master promissory note. So if you're planning on funding your education with that Parent Plus loan, please make sure you're logging in to do that. And I also want to point out, as an option, there are private and alternative loans out there, offered by, College Ave, Sally Mae, your private lenders. May be worth exploring if you need to borrow additional funds. We maintain a historic lender list. It's a portal called Fast Choice, can be found on the financial aid website. So I encourage you to check that out and review the different lenders that are out there if you need to go down that road. Your student may have a federal work-study award. That award allows them to apply for a federal work-study job. Those job postings should now be available for the student to review and apply for. They have to apply and interview and get it just like any other job. They earn an hourly wage through our payroll system. And so it's a great way really to help with incidental expenses, living expenses throughout the course of the semester. We generally estimate that they can earn $2,500 or so for the year by working 10 or so hours a week. In a lot of cases, if towards the end of the year, if they need more than that, sometimes we can do increases depending on individual circumstances. If they don't want to use the work study, they don't have to, or they can delay working. Sometimes freshmen coming in, they want to wait until spring to start working after they've found their legs here at Florida Tech. A note for the families of flight students. A lot of students borrow to pay for flight training. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that if you borrow money for flight training, it must be used for flight training. If that funding ends up getting used for something else and it's not applied to pay for flight training over at the flight line, we may not be able to bring in additional funding when they need more towards the end of the year because that money's been used for something else. So if it's borrowed for flight training, use it for flight training. You don't want to end up in a spot where the student's stuck, unable to pay for flight, and can't progress through the curriculum. I would encourage everybody to seek out external scholarships, both even still for this year and for future years. Our financial aid page has some great resources for seeking those out. It takes some work. I consider it almost like a part-time job applying for these things. But it can be a great way to reduce the cost of education here. We do see quite a few of them through Florida Tech. So please do your due diligence, apply for what you can, and helps keep your out-of-pocket costs down, keeps your need to borrow down, and it's a really good resource. Finally, my office, we're over in the Harris Commons building, L3 Harris Commons building. We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. No appointment necessary. Please come in, see us, call us, email us if you need anything. We're there to help you out, answer any questions. And I guess now I think I'm going to turn it over to Julia Query from Student Financial Services to talk about paying the bill. Thank you.
talk to you about billing. I'm so glad you're all here today. Thanks for getting my joke. Our office is easy to find. It's across the street. It's a 3-story building called the L3 Harris Commons building, and we're on the 1st floor. We're open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to department, Student Financial Services, is here to help you navigate your student's account. We have two key teams to help support you, student accounting and account management. Student accounting is your go-to for making payments, questions about your billing, and processing student refunds. The team is available via email, here at the bottom of the screen, studentaccounting@fit.edu, or by phone, 321-674-8199. You can come visit them in person at the cashier windows or reach us those ways. Account management can assist with setting up payment plans, and we also help with Florida prepaid, corporate deferments, and third-party billing, as well as any questions that you have on holds on your student's account. You can reach them at accountmanagement@fit.edu or 321-674-7428. We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Come in and see us. There's no appointments needed. Your student's monthly bill is viewable online through their PAWS account. This is posted the first week of every month. You can view and print your invoices at any time. Both students and authorized users, that's you parents, you can receive the email notifications. Oh, this is better, isn't it? Yeah. You can even look back to 12 months of previous bills. Making payments. We try to make it easy for you. It's simple to be done online through the PAWS account. We recommend paying with electronic check, which is completely free of service fees. For credit and debit cards, there's a 3% service fee. For international cards, it's 4.25%. And if you want to send a wire transfer, we take domestic and international wire transfers too. If you'd like to mail a check, you can send it payable to Florida Institute of Technology. You can mail it to the address on the screen. Just be sure to indicate student accounting so that it goes to the right department and we put it on your student's account as fast as possible. You may have heard of Panther Ready. It's Florida Tech's Books Concierge program. It makes getting your books easy and affordable, and you'll receive all the course materials before the first day of classes. Here's how it works. First, you register for classes. Second, you confirm your classes. Then, you'll get a notification that the books are on their way to you or that they're available online through Canvas. And then, at the end of the semester, be sure to return anything that you rented. Student refunds. These are processed in the third week of each semester, and then every week thereafter. If you have any questions about a refund, please contact us. You can also choose to have your refund transferred to Panther Cash or your flight account. Just ask us how, and we'll help you get that done. We know sometimes life can bring unexpected challenges. So should your student need to completely withdraw from the university, we have specific dates for tuition reversals. It's important to be aware that beginning on Monday, September 21st, if something arises and your student needs to completely withdraw, while there isn't a return on funds, it might still be a good idea to protect their GPA. Just please be aware of these deadlines. To help protect your educational investment, we offer tuition insurance through GradGuard. It's a minimal cost and it can help provide a safety net in the event of your unforeseen withdrawal. I truly recommend it to everybody. Please check it out. We're so excited to welcome your students and start the new semester strong. A key step in making that happen is ensuring tuition and fees are taken care of before classes begin. While the official deadline for returning students to pay was this week, please know that as long as your bill is settled before the first day of classes, your student will be all set. We want every student to have a seamless learning experience, so it's important to keep your student's Canvas account and access to classes safe from suspension. If an account has an unsettled balance, the online access may be suspended, but once the payment is settled, then the access is reinstated. Our top priority is helping your students succeed. And that means we truly want to help you understand your bill and avoid hassles. So we're here to help you if you have any questions or concerns about your student's account. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you for being here. Please come and see me and my team so that we can help you get this school year off to a strong start.
I'll press the buttons. Do you want to go? I don't know. All right. Welcome. We're here to talk about housing and residence life. My name is Jacqueline Sapala, and I serve as the Director of Residence Life.
And I'm Adam DeMars. I'm the Director of Housing. So you can think of us as I oversee the buildings and Jacqueline oversees the people.
In Residence Life, our goal is and mission is to build a home with your residents here. That means holistic development, opportunity to find their fit, meaningful relationships within the hall, as well as engaging the student experience. Our goal is that they're able to succeed and graduate with us here at Florida Tech.
And we know that for them to be successful, they need to be in a comfortable and safe environment. And so that's what our two teams are here designed to do from the get-go. Meet that basic needs of feeling safe and secure at where they're at on campus. And we have a lot of people set up to help your student be successful.
I had a few parents ask me on move-in day, what's the best way to support their students? And that's through them communicating with us. So if for some reason they call you late at night, very scared or worried or concerned about a roommate or a situation that they've been in, please tell them, come and talk to your RA, or also you can always call security.
We are very responsive to any sort of facilities issues, any sort of concerns, but we need to know about them. Your student doesn't need to be living in the dark because the light bulb's out. They just need to tell us, and we can get that fixed for them immediately.
This is a great time to pull out your phone. If you did not get the phone number from security before, their phone number is 321-674-8111 for emergencies, and non-emergencies are that 8112. At any time, again, if there's any concerns on campus, they're here 24/7, 365.
Lockouts, bathrooms flooded, something strange in the neighborhood. Who are you gonna call? Campus security.
Yeah. All right, there is a student handbook and then a campus housing guide. These are where all those policies exist. The students are responsible to be aware of them. That's also what the Res Life team will help them understand and navigate throughout the year. The main goal of all of those rules is really to keep the hall safe and to make sure that they're conducive for learning. One of the big things that we want to communicate is that the resident's key is their key and their access to their home. It is not to be shared with anybody else, similar to what security talked about propping doors. The biggest way to keep our hall safe is to make sure that we maintain access with the individual person who's been given it.
So that really comes important when we think about a student's ID card. Now, everyone has mostly their IDs on their phone, and they're not necessarily sharing that out with other people, but they really need to keep that secure that only them, or they have use of their phone and they're not lending it out and sharing it. And if they were to get a new phone or need to update it, working with Access Control and Security Welcome Center or the IT office to get that updated so they have access to their space is really important.
Awesome, that's their access. Again, we don't want them to share that out with anybody else. It's their ticket into their room and their private space. If anybody's interested in being a resident assistant, we really do value the resident assistants being themselves, coming and encouraging them to share like their personalities and lead as supporters. It's an opportunity for them to kind of have a bunch of competencies that help through jobs in the future. Time management is always the biggest one that they learn in this job. You need a lot of time management to be able to do the job. And also 80 new friends. Our staff's pretty large across campus. This is the facilities request that Adam was speaking about, and he'll talk a little bit about how they put this in.
Yeah, so on the website, there's a form the students will fill out to mention any issue they have. The best thing and the best reason we would like the students to fill out the report themselves is they'll get updates from facilities on if a part needs to get ordered or if the job was completed, as opposed to telling an RA and an RA submits it on their behalf. They won't have any idea necessarily any updates that come along with that job. So having the students have the agency to submit this and fill them out themselves keeps them informed on what's happening in their space.
And that's the light bulb that they don't have to go without. If they fill out this request, it will be fixed right away for them. Residents are encouraged to follow us at Florida Tech Res Life. You're also welcome to that. You can see some of the cool events that we have on campus, because sometimes your students are being inundated with a lot of information, so you can see all of that there. Again, about roommates, all first year areas have a roommate agreement in their halls. This is an opportunity to talk about some of the things that would make you comfortable or how you want to proceed as a person. Having a roommate that's not from your family is a pretty big deal. It takes time to transition and learn somebody else's habits. But if there's any concerns, you're always welcome to talk to the RAs. They'll help navigate that conversation. And if a room change is required, we go to housing for that. So we'll always start with those conversations first.
Going thing about roommates is at the start of the year, there is a sort of brief period where we see who's arrived and who hasn't arrived, so we may not be able to accommodate a room switch right away. But if it is something really serious and it wants to be addressed, come visit the housing office. We're on the second floor of the Sunrise Center, and we can see about getting that switch sort of faster than our traditional move freeze period.
Thank you so much for your time today, and we hope to help your students reach the highest heights.
Hello, everybody. Yes, no. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello, everybody. Eventually it'll go. I have a loud voice. My name is Evan Olson. I'm the director of dining on campus. You want me to go here? No? Okay, my name is Evan Olson. I'm the director of dining on campus. How is everybody? Have you guys been to PDH yet, the dining hall? Yeah, I'm sorry about the air in there. We're getting that fixed. I promise we are getting it fixed. But our staff is rocking it out in 95-degree temperatures to get that food out there for the students. So big round of applause for the staff. Thank you, guys. I was passing around iced, like cloths on their necks, on the back end of the day today. It's brutal in there. Anyway, we will get that fixed. Panther Dining Hall is actually a really magical place. It's one of the more unique places across the country where our president, his lovely wife, all of our administration, faculty, staff, they all dine there. So your students are going to be right next to all the our entire campus community, so it's actually a really special place. Couple things to go through. Make sure that your student, if you can, I talked to them earlier about this, make sure they know which meal plan they have. If they have the A2 meal plan, which is the Monday through Friday, slightly more flex credit with that one, when they go to PDH on Saturday and Sunday, it's not going to work. So make sure they know that. If we need to switch and you want to go back to another one, you've got time to do that, and that opens up. It stays open until next Friday, and you can find that on the website. We can easily switch meal plans. Make sure that they know, and I've told them this too, check out Starbucks, check out the Rathskeller, check out Twisted Bliss, check out our food court that has Einstein Brothers bagels, has Firehouse Subs, has Cosmic Creamery. There's a lot of other places on campus besides Panther Dining Hall, and you would be amazed at how many people graduate and they're like, you have a food court? All 4 years, or all 5 years. So we make sure they get around campus, and I told them the same thing. We do a ton of fun stuff, so I like to get them engaged, keep them engaged. You know, we have a Global Kitchen series, it's actually one of an award-winning dining series that we do out of Panther Dining Hall. We do sushi pop-ups, it's all kinds of fun stuff. So make sure you come by, send them by, check those things out. We're on Instagram and all that too. Allergies, elective diets, prescribed diets. If your student has an allergy issue, we would love to talk to them directly. I'm fine with talking with parents, and I probably have talked with a few of you. We want to talk to the student if we can. First of all, we want to educate them to advocate for themselves because that's part of the college experience. But we really want to find out what they like to eat. It's very difficult for us to just have a broad swath of, I'm, you know, XYZ allergy. Well, that's fine, but what do you actually eat? And we add that conversation with them. We can work around things. We've been doing this for a number of years now. We're in the dozens per year of students that we help with various allergies, all the way up until, you know, EpiPen style, really serious things. Just for a note, Panther Dining Hall is a nut-free facility completely. So there will be no nuts in there. It's just one of the things that we did to keep everybody safe. We are hiring. So if you need some more money to flow in, please tell them to go ahead and QR code the sheets at the dining hall. Free meals, flexible schedules, awesome boss. So, and then that's basically it. I know we're running over on time. I want to do maybe 2 or 3 questions because there might be a question that somebody else has, and then I'll jump off the stage. So 1 or 2 questions. I was perfect. All right. Well, if you need, oh no, in the back. I'm sorry. Just one. You win. Yeah, there's 2 places. Our main website, which is fit.edu/dining or food. We made both of them work. And then also we have an app that you can find on the App Store, Florida Tech Campus Dining, and it also has all the hours. That app also includes all the news too, and allergens. It has everything in it. The app's really good for them to find. Yeah.
So with the 7-day meal plan, are all of those other locations also available, or is it only the dining hall?
So in the 7-day meal plan, the unlimited portion of the meal plan is Panther Dining Hall, the mothership, if you will. That's where most of their meals will be eaten. The flex credit portion, which is the declining balance, $300 for an A1, $500 for an A2, that works like an account. Starts with that amount. Spend as the year goes on. Don't leave anything on the table in spring. I will tell you that right now. It's because of the way the tax laws work. This is a meal plan. It's not fungible money that we can give back. So at spring, we'll roll it from fall to spring, but then at the end of spring, it goes away. So there's actually on our website, there's a flex credit usage guide. It's in the meal plan section, and it will tell you at the beginning of every month for fall and for spring, based on the meal plan that you have, what on that date, how much flex you probably should have left, so that, you know, if you get to October 1st and you have the A1 and it says that you're supposed to have $150 in your flex credit and you have 0, you've spent too fast. If you have 300, you haven't spent it all. So it's a benefit for the students trying to make sure that they know what's going on. Okay, oh yeah, that's it, yeah. See, this is it. I really am not joking. Dr. Nicola, right there. Anyway, if you guys have any other questions, Campus Dining, I'm on there. You can shoot me an email. Appreciate you guys.
Alrighty, y'all, we are now to our active student Q&A session. Yay! So I will be going around with the microphone. If you have a question, shoot up your hand and I will be on my way. But first, do we want to go down the line and introduce ourselves? Slay.
Hi guys, my name is Asia. I also go by Sia. I'm an astrobio major. I'm going into my junior year. This is my second time PPLing, so if you have any questions, just let me know.
Hello everybody, my name is Lucas Jones. I'm an aeronautical science with flight major, also in ATC. This is my first year as a PPL in my junior year.
Hello everyone, I'm Jantika Agarwal and I'm majoring in aerospace engineering. I'm going into my junior year and this is my first year as a PPL.
Hey everyone, my name's Fiona Kutcher. I am a sophomore studying aerospace engineering and this is my first year as a PPL.
Hi, my name is Emily Broadbridge. I'm a senior studying forensic psychology with child advocacy and pre-law, and this is my second year as a PPL.
Hi, my name is Anne. I study applied behavior analysis, and I have a minor in pre-law, and this is my first year as a PPL.
Hi, I'm Jackson. I'm a senior studying aerospace engineering. This is my third year as a PPL.
Hi, I'm Jake. I am a sophomore studying aeronautical science with flight and a minor in unmanned aerial systems, and this is my first time being a PPL.
Hi, my name is Lachlan McElveen. This is my third time being a PPL. I'm a senior studying aerospace engineering with a focus on aeronautics.
Hello, I'm Danny. I'm a sophomore and I'm in aviation management with flight, and this is my first time being a PPL.
Hello, my name is Alex Leonard. I am here studying astrobiology and I'm also working on a biotechnology master's degree. This is my third year in orientation, my second year as orientation lead staff.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? It's gonna be awkward if nobody does. Guys, we booked like 4 hours for this. All right, perfect.
What did you guys find to be the hardest transition when you guys got here?
I know I can start for sure. For me, it was time management. Google Calendar became my best friend very early on in my college career, and I tell people now, if I need to be at something, send me a GCal invite, because that's how I schedule out my day, and that's how I know where I need to be during the day.
I know for me, it was studying for college level classes. In high school, I didn't study at all, and then I came to campus and learned very quickly that I actually had to study.
I would say it'd be living on my own and without my parents' help, and that's where I found getting involved in campus was the easiest way to conquer that, for lack of a better word, because you have support systems by your side.
I'm also going to add on to the studying thing. I was able to kind of coast through my first semester, and then my second semester kicked me in the butt because I didn't build good studying habits early on. And then I've been recovering from that, and I had to teach myself to study and work on that. So it put me behind initially. I would say I've recovered now, but it set me back in an area I didn't need to be set back in.
I was gonna say for me, it was probably being so far away from home, because I'm from the West Coast, so 3-hour time difference was definitely difficult for me. Getting involved was a big thing for me because there's so many out-of-state kids that they kind of become your family. So, yeah.
Anyone else have a question? Oh, yay, fun, far one. I'm trying to close my rings this week. It's been good. Wait, where'd you go? There you are.
And this is for anyone who has flight in their program. What was the most important thing you learned when you started the program, and who were your go-tos when you needed assistance?
One of the most important things as a flight student is to study the books. You're going to get a ton of books, especially as a coming in private pilot student. But your number one resource is going to be your instructor. They're all here. They want you to succeed. And a good majority of them actually came through this school's program. So they know how the program teaches. They know how we're supposed to be learning at the flight line, and they're your number one resource here. So definitely, let your student know that reach out to your instructor. They're there to help.
Yeah, so something that was very beneficial for me was living with other pilots, being involved, talking to all of them has really helped me. So a lot of times when you get here and you're starting your private especially, all this books and all this knowledge can be pretty overwhelming at once. And for me, just being around other pilots is an amazing way to learn because you don't have to deal with the stress of sitting there and going through the whole book. But you're just going to be picking up on things, and eventually they'll be studying and you join in on them, and it's a lot easier to learn with others that are going through the same challenges as you than taking it on at home alone in your room.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Going into flight, when I came here, I didn't have any experience, 0 hours, so I started my PPL here. It definitely can feel very overwhelming at first, but you gotta just remember, take it piece by piece. You're not going to learn all of what you need to know in 1 week. You can work on each individual step until you understand what exactly you need to know, and rely on other people, knowing that there's other people going through the same thing. You're not the only one who has no experience, or even if you do have an experience, it's okay to be like, hey, I don't understand this, can you help me? So reaching out to friends, even your instructor or your professors, anyone is very willing to help.
A lot of you mentioned studying as your biggest challenge in your first year. Are study groups a big thing on campus, and how do you find them, and how did that work out?
We don't have very many organized study groups. A lot of the time, some clubs and organizations will have study groups, but they're more optional, so you can go and join them if you like. But realistically, a lot of people just form with people in their classes, meet with people in their classes. Hey, we have a big test coming up, do you want to hit the library? Or, hey, we have this thing that we need to do, this project we have to get done. It's mainly up to the students to really be proactive and form these study groups, but it's not unlikely they're not going to happen. It's much more likely that these students are going to be proactive and going to be like, hey, we really need to get this done. It's a very common thing on campus. We see a lot of people studying together, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's mainly just part of student culture here. It's just something at Florida Tech that we have a lot.
I know something that's also really big is at the SSC, the Student Success Support Center. They have something called SI, which is supplemental instruction. It's basically group tutoring or an additional lecture. That's more for level 1 massive classes like Chem 1, Calc 1, big classes like that. But after that, you do kind of find your own groups.
Yeah, to go with that, the SSC also comes out to Roberts Hall if any of you guys have students there. In Roberts Hall, that's our LLCs, our Live and Learn communities. We have classrooms on our first floor, so during midterm season and finals, for those big classes like calculus and chemistry, and even with flight with aeronautics, they have set study groups that you can come out. They have professors, tutors. With flight, they'll sometimes have instructors come out, and they'll sit there for 2-3 hours and just answer any questions you guys need.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really struggled at first with studying also, but big helps for me was tutoring and those big SI sessions like your first semester. Definitely go to those. They sometimes give out the answers to questions on the test or similar questions, so yeah.
The other study thing that's going to come from probably none of you are thinking about this right now. In getting involved in Greek life and the fraternity side of things, our fraternity does study nights, and we also have, as part of IFC, our interfraternity council, we have a scholarship chair who works with scholarship chairs in those chapters, and those are promoting study sessions, trying to get, like, keep grades up, and it also provides a large group of guys or in sorority girls who are holding each other accountable for your grades and trying to do better and keep those up.
How do you all deal with getting homesick, even though none of you will really admit it to your parents? I know that you'll miss us, but how do you deal with that, like, on your own?
So the best thing I would say is getting involved. My freshman year, I got involved in, I think I picked out like 8 different clubs, got involved in like 5 of them, filled up a lot of my time when I wasn't studying, was getting involved in other things, and then I did go through fraternity recruitment, which was a lot of fun, and it's nothing like a state school, so if that's what you guys were thinking, Greek life here is, I would say, completely different to any other experience you would have anywhere else. But having that and just meeting those people and hanging out with all those people kind of helps make your own new family so you don't feel as homesick.
Building off that, if you're going to hear it said a lot, and the number one thing here is, I think we can all agree, is to get involved, because you're finding people with the same passions, and that helps you, like, as he mentioned, build different families, and you can get out of your dorm, whether it's go golfing, go fishing, go to the beach, whatever that may be, you're finding people with the same passions, so you're kind of forgetting about the fact that you're away from home, if that makes sense.
Kind of echoing off of that, I also did everything I could to keep myself busy, but there is a time when, like, you're so busy it's gonna hit you at some point. And I also would never admit to my parents that I was homesick. But the one thing that did really help me was my mom or my dad or my brother would just, like, every so often be like, hey, how you doing, how are classes? Or, like, my brother would call me and be like, hey, how's college life? Like, so that was also very helpful, because I never had to, like, reach out and admit that I was homesick, because I wanted to prove that I could do it myself. So having them reach back out to me was also very, very helpful.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off everything everyone else has said, I got really involved really quickly. It does take up a lot of time, but it's good because it keeps you out of your head and you don't think about it. Like, sometimes I'll be sitting in my dorm and I like get really homesick, and if I have nothing to do or no one wants to go do anything, I'd like give my mom a call or whatever, but I never told her I was homesick. I just like talked to her.
So I never told my parents either, because so I'm from India, so if I get them worried, it's like, ugh. So one thing that really helped me is, so my mom and I have this time set, and she calls me every night at that time, and she's usually doing her home stuff, and I'm studying. We're just on the call, we're not even talking, but that really helped. And another thing was my freshman year. I didn't really know my roommates, but there was this one night where I didn't know I was homesick. I just started crying out of nowhere, and my roommates helped me through that so much. So roommates definitely help. Yep.
Anyone else? Yeah.
You all up there seem very much like an extrovert, and I have an introvert for a son. And the last couple of days it's been hard because I see him pulling into himself, and I hear everybody saying that he needs to get involved. How do I help him get involved? Do I step back and let him do it? Because I've learned that I am the bulldozer mom. I want to fix it for him, and I can't.
As one of the loudest extroverts here on campus, we're big fans of adopting introverts. You see Lachlan? He's not always been like that. That poor kid met me during orientation. Look at him now, standing up there. Same with Jackson. Did you hear Jackson? He actually spoke today. This is improvement. He hasn't spoken in 3 months when he went home for the summer. Adoption is a big thing here. Always rescue, never shop, you know? I just find my little introverts and they have to talk to me, you know? I won't take no for an answer.
Yeah, honestly, if you're really worried about your kid being involved, I would say Florida Tech is such a happy family. So many people reach out, so many people are so proactive. Even we've been talking about this with orientation color wars. These students this year are something else. They're so exceptional, they're so social, they're already talking all to each other. It's so amazing. And they've really been attending all of these events, getting to know stuff like student life, CAB, student government, getting to know our Greek life a little bit. I would definitely say, yeah, adoption culture is a big culture here, but it's also mainly just, you see these groups start forming and you really see everyone looking out for each other. There's so many places to go on campus and there's so much to explore and you really find your niche. So I would say, encourage your kid to explore. There's so many things on campus to do and look out for. And yeah, you can trust that honestly, Florida Tech will take care of them.
Okay. I'll be honest, when I first came here, I was also like pretty introverted. I didn't really want to do anything. But really you find like people so quickly or they'll find you and it just works out. You really gotta just trust the process and like trust who he'll find. Because it really is just such an amazing place here. And even if like I'm nervous right now, so like you just gotta do it when you're scared. But they'll find great people. Like I don't even think I'd be up here like if I didn't find Emily like a year ago. So.
Like Roz said, when I came here, I was very introverted. Didn't really talk to anyone. I lived in CV, so I had my own bedroom and I stayed in there most days. Didn't really do anything. But one of my roommates was very extroverted. He'd bring me out to events, encourage me to get involved. He's the one who ultimately got me involved in Greek life, and I've met some of my best friends in Greek life, and that's helped me become a lot more extroverted. I mean, when I came to school here, I would have never thought I'd be here right now talking to you all. So yeah, it's definitely getting involved, leaning on roommates, especially if they're more extroverted, trying to have them help bring your student out to events and get involved.
That was the most he's spoken since May. He came back from the farm.
On top of that, this week is probably one of the most crucial weeks for all of our students, especially those introverted. This is the time where they're going to meet the people on their floor for the entire year, for the people in their building for the entire year, for the people in their color team, and this is the time. So it's our job as PPLs to make sure they come out of their room, or try to get them to come out of the room, but it's really on their student to actually want to come out, because this is a perfect opportunity to meet other kids or students like your student. And that's my opinion on that.
I would say the final thing, especially if you have a very introverted student, is remind them that every other freshman is going through the same thing they're going through for the first time. It doesn't matter how extroverted they are, they're still going through the same thing. So you can connect with other people. You may not want to do that, and they may not want to do that, but just kind of being in that corner saying, hey, it's new for everyone. So everyone is like experiencing that, and that can build lifelong connections right there.
Final thing we'll say about this too, self-plug for my office as well. We have an amazing program called the Panther Peer Mentor Program that our civic engagement department handles. It pairs incoming freshmen with upperclassmen who have established social lives. They have established lives with all of our clubs and organizations like that. And there's both social and service aspects of it that get them to events and get them talking to people so that they can meet other people their age that have similar interests as them, that are in the same major as them, stuff like that. And the events quite literally vary from a service activity to going bowling together. Like, they have so many amazing opportunities. And the person that's gonna be working on it, I worked with her all summer. She has an amazing program put together. So I would highly, highly encourage you to tell your student about that program, to sign up for it, because it will get them paired with someone from the it will get them paired with an upperclassman that will help them be successful here.
What's the name of the program?
Panther Peer Mentor Program, abbreviated PPMP.
One final thing I'll say on this, just because Alex speaking made me think of it. My brother said something to me when I was like 5, and he said it's only awkward if you make it awkward, and I've really been living that life ever since. now I'm out here talking to y'all, making a fool of myself, but it's only awkward if I make it awkward, so.
Yeah.
I was late. I'm Gio. I'm an astronomy and astrophysics major. I'm all the way from Italy, so if I have to say something about Florida Tech, it's like. Am I saying the right thing? I bet. This is a really good community, guys. Like you're not gonna find a college where the dean of students knows everybody's name. I've spoken to the dean of students maybe twice. She knows who I am. Everybody knows who I am. Everybody knows who everyone is. It's really good when you are away from your home. You feel like there's a true and genuine connection with the community, and that really helps academically, socially, overall mental health, I'd say. And there's always something you can do, even though it's small. You know, you say it's a small school. There's not going to be a lot of extracurricular opportunities, but no, we have a plethora of clubs. We have a lot of activities. Bingo is awesome. And yeah, that's if there's something I would say about FIT is that.
Kind of going off what everyone was saying earlier, I was very extroverted. Like, I was that one adopting the introverts. Like, that first week, we had to go around and introduce ourselves before Color Wars, and I was like, "Hi everyone, I'm Fiona." It was really embarrassing, but I realized that like everyone was in the same shoes and everyone else was embarrassed, and I was like, why not make a fool of myself, because no one's gonna remember anyways. But someone will hopefully find them, and if they don't, our Dean of Students, Kat Nanny, she's amazing, and she can help your kid find the pack for them.
How do you know that? Can you clarify that real quick? No, we don't need to say it.
That is her aunt, so take that with a grain of salt.
Not biological.
Anyone have any more questions? Yes. What?
Okay.
This is so stressful, guys. I didn't do my cardio today. It's no good. Who had their hand up?
First of all, thank all you guys for being here and giving us your thoughts. So we've got a question for aerospace engineering folks over there. How much do you think is book driven versus more on hand of the way of learning?
All right, so the best part I would say about engineering here is senior design. They changed the program a little bit, and now it's just senior. Like, you used to have an intro course to it, but senior design is when you're applying all that book knowledge you've learned over the past couple years into that. And just, it's a really fun time. You get to meet people, like the team I'm working with are 10 people that I've met throughout the time I've been here, but I never really thought I'm gonna work with these people. And so it gets me learning like how I'm going to be in the field and doing that and applying all those things I've done in the classes. I would say your first 3 years are a lot more book stuff, like theory-based, all that stuff, but then your senior year is trying to apply that a lot more. There's labs scattered throughout where you're getting like hands-on experience and you get to like visually see stuff, because I'm a very visual and hands-on person. Like, I'm very manual labor and visual in the way I learn. So getting this and getting to do this and showing at the end of the year at our showcase, we get to show our projects and prove that, hey, this idea that we had, it's actually worth something, and the employers come in, see that, and we just get to kind of brag about it. That's like our weekend to showcase that we made it over 4 years and we can do it.
So I can speak a little bit more on like the freshman year because I just went through it. But it definitely is a lot more book heavy your freshman year. However, like second semester, they'll take Fundamentals 1, and that has like its own lab. So you do like, I mean, it's not like hands-on, I wouldn't say, because like you're not building it physically, but you are digitally building stuff. And you learn a lot in that class. And then that's when it like starts to pick up a little bit, I think, but it's still pretty book heavy.
I would say for the hands-on stuff, the clubs on campus help a lot with that. So we have 2 rocketry clubs. We have a club that builds RC planes. We have a drone club. So I got involved in all of that, and like you can literally make your own rocket and launch it. So and get certified. So that's really good.
I'm gonna feed you guys one last question because we are almost out of time. I know you're all wondering it. If you guys called your mom or dad right now, how long into the future until they call asking, why haven't you called me back? It's been like 12 hours, what the heck? Or pass it down, yeah.
So, we'll start now. We'll just go through everyone.
How long between now and sometime in the future will your mom freak out if you don't call her? I know my mom, I call her every Sunday. If I don't call her during the week, she knows I'm fine. But if I miss Sunday, you're gonna see choppers in the sky. Like, I don't know.
For me, in terms of calling, it would be probably a week because I talk to my parents on the weekend over the phone a lot. But during the week, if I don't respond to her text within like 2 hours, it would be a situation.
I'm a little bit of an anomaly with this. I'm usually really independent, so if I don't really respond within like probably a week, I get a not so happy call. But yeah, usually I get a not so happy call in about a week.
Also about a week. I text my mom a lot, and if I need anything, like mom or dad, I can always text and call, and they're always ready to like answer. But they always let me call them, and we go over the weekends at some point, try to have a call, try to have a conversation and catch up, and just keep that, like, I feel like if you're doing it every day, depending on the person, for me, that would be too much, because I'm not that interesting. There's not that much going on. But just once a week is kind of healthy that you can catch up for the week and have like an hour. We probably talk for an hour, hour and a half.
Also, probably about a week. Every week or a week and a half, we give a call. There was one scenario I went 3 weeks on accident, and that was the worst mistake I probably ever made. So, but I was busy. So give your students some grace. There's crunch time. So, but it's usually about a week.
I know my freshman year it was like every couple weeks, but now it's almost every week. I'm calling my mom at least, just seeing how they are. But you know, if I go over a week, my mom will usually just text me and go, "Oh, how are you?" Making sure I'm good. But yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I got a mama bear of a mom, so I'm picking up that phone. But realistically, we probably talk mostly every week. But that might be because both of my parents just retired, so they're kind of asking me what I'm doing a lot.
My parents, if they call or text me, they usually give me about a day or two. They're not super like heavy into me because they know I've got a lot going on. And the one thing that did help was I had a conversation with them. I was like, guys, I'm super busy right now. Like, it's orientation week. If I don't answer my phone, it's nothing personal, but I just got a lot going on. It is my brother that will send a search party if I don't answer him within an hour. For me, I don't know. Me and my mom are really close, so I text her like every day. That's like kind of our thing. But I call her every couple of days, and my mama knows everything about my life. There's like nothing that's hidden from her. I don't know about that one. But my dad is probably a little less frequently because his work shift, it's like 12-hour days, and so then like with the 3-hour difference, it's difficult. But my brother's 17, and it's like every 3 weeks we text. And it's like, hey bro, how are you? And then I'm like, sup? And then that's the end of it. But yeah.
So, my mom and I try calling every day, but if I don't pick up her call, she usually knows. I'll call her up the next day and be like, oh, I was busy. But she doesn't really mind if I don't pick up her call because she knows I'm not picking up just because I'm busy, because I usually just pick up her call. And I don't care what time it is in India. if I need to know something, I'm calling her up. So she's like waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning to answer my stupid ass question.
In the first couple of months I was here, I was calling my parents 2, 3, 4 times a day, so much to the point where they were like, what has happened within the past hour that you could possibly need to tell me? But now I've kind of grown into my own independence, kind of become my own person, and they've understood that. So now I'd say it's about maybe every 2 to 3 weeks we'll call. Definitely texting throughout the week though.
I really don't give my mom enough of a break from me. I call her a few times a day. I called her before this Q&A session. She didn't pick up. Call her about a lot of things. Tell her, Mom, I just stepped on a bug. Mom, I just walked to PDH. So, yeah.
Well, when it comes to my mother, I genuinely believe she would call the police if I don't call her, like text her twice a day, because she thinks I'm dead, to the point I had to tell her I'm most likely sleeping. When it comes to my dad, we text on Instagram, believe it or not. But calling wise, definitely twice a week. I just think my connection to my parents, parental connection, is very important when it comes to my academic success and overall well-being.
Thanks. That is the end of our Q&A. Next up, we do have Dr. Patterson, one of the most influential people here on campus. I mean, he's got the best location here on campus, the Turtle Pond, in his name. So I'll just leave that there. I will also mention I took one of his humanities classes last semester, one of my best classes I've ever taken. Highly recommend if that option is given to you. With that, here is Dr. Patterson.
It is an honor and a pleasure to see you all today. And I want to thank the people that put up patiently with the walking tour of the botanical garden. Next year, I'm going to have 5 or 6 people. We'll set up times because I work best in groups of about 15 to 20 people, and that's what I try to keep my classes at. Because here at Florida Tech, it is that human connection that makes a difference in all of our lives. I was thinking about you all last night. This is a liminal moment of comings and goings, of hellos and goodbyes and beginnings and endings, of moments in which you've been like this and now it becomes a bit like this. And it's a place in which all kinds of marvelous things happen. As these 15 young people made me realize once again what a special, special place it is. And as I said, what an honor it is to get to be in contact with your children, your sons, your daughters, who are going to go out and make a difference in the world. Last night I was thinking about another pair of parents. They're a bit older than you. They were Martin Luther's parents, who sent their son off to the University of Erfurt in 506, or 1506. And I suspect that Martin Luther's parents had some of the same concerns that you do. What's going to happen when he gets to Erfurt? What's going to be his fate? And a historian, psychologist named Erik Erikson wrote a wonderful book called Young Man Luther, in which he identified that moment in that young man's life as a moment of an identity crisis. An identity crisis. And by that I think Erikson meant that all of us reach a moment in our early adulthood in which we determine what makes me me. How am I special? How am I unique? And on the other hand, how do I fit in? How do I connect to other people? And Erikson makes, I think, a very salient argument in which he says that there needs to be a time, a moratorium, in which you're allowed to experiment, you're allowed to join a group, you're allowed to make new friends, that you wrestle with that question which ultimately is going to be answered by the relationships that you form and the good work that you find in that period. We don't teach a class because it's too important. We do it every day. A course should be there called Friendship 101. Friendship. I still, 50, 60 years past my graduation, still am a close friend with a young fellow named Fred Gorlick, who's a professor at Yale, head of their MD PhD program, who I went to kindergarten with. And periodically we get together and reminisce about our growing up in the Missouri Ozarks and why Route 66 pointed towards Chicago and LA, and we left the Ozarks. So in that sense, don't be surprised in the next 4 years that your sons and daughters ask questions about who they are, about how they connect. Don't be surprised that they may have changed their minds about what they want to do. I had a student a few years ago who came to me, he was one of my advisees, and he said, "Oh, I just hate this major, but if I shift majors, I'll have to take 4 more classes." And with some irony, I said to him, "Well, Bill, you know, you can do the job that you don't like for 40 years, or you can take 2 classes." Bill's doing a good job now in a career that he enjoys. And so in that sense, maturation, as you know, is not something that you put on like a jacket, you know, you can just pull off the rack. It's something that comes in that daily incremental business of looking, of learning, of listening, not only to other people, but listening to yourself. Those 6 letters that make up the word listen are ones that are very important to this professor. I tell my students, and I tell you to tell your students, go see their professors. The student that comes and sits in my office, or the student who meets with me, I eat a couple of nights a week at Panther Dining, and sits down at the table with my wife, who's also a teacher. Those students I get to know. I become invested in. And that's a process which is important. I was in this room on Friday. We had our general faculty meeting. And there's this, group of professors, and all of the new professors were introduced. And I made a point to reach out to every one of them and tell them how important their work was. How important it was that they connect with your son, with your daughter. And they're at the beginning of their careers. And of course, they're trying to write and publish. And we want our professor to publish. I'm looking forward to when we have a Nobel laureate. But at the same time, their responsibility is to do the very best they can for your student. To listen, to learn, and then listen some more. I write on the board, I've done this for 40 years. 4 things at the beginning of every class I teach. The first is a quotation from the Greek philosopher-physician Hippocrates. A reluctant student renders every effort vain. I can have a seal that's doing beach balls, an elephant that stands on one leg, and if they are reluctant, they'll say, this is boring class. So dampen down that reluctance. Go into that class that you've never imagined would excite you and find in it something that lights up a different horizon. And that's the second thing I write on the board. It's a quotation from my translation of Aristotle's Metaphysics. He says at the beginning of the first book, all knowledge begins in wonder. All knowledge begins in wonder. And you know this real well because your son, your daughter at some point asked a question, looked out and wondered why. Maybe it's a person who, I was talking to one of my colleagues who taught every one of our civil engineers until he retired, that when he was a boy growing up in Bergen, North Bergen, New Jersey, that he would see that George Washington Bridge and wonder how they built it. That wonder, that curiosity is the kindling in which you can make a fire that'll light up a life and cast you forward into doing good work. The final two things I write on the board, you've heard this word already, and I was so pleased to hear these young people say it. I write on the board, I want you to succeed. I want you to succeed. I want my students to succeed. But success is something that has to be negotiated. That is to say, a student needs to look at themselves and say, you know, this is what I want to do. And then my job is to facilitate that. My job is to find a way to make that happen. And the final thing I write on the board is perhaps the most important 3 words, and boy, I give them evidence of it. I make mistakes. I make mistakes. I've been a professor here at Florida Tech for 45 years. I've taught longer than some of you've lived. I was 7 years before that at the University of Maryland. It's your young people that are keeping me alive. It's that they bring such energy that I still have nights in which I have trouble going to sleep because I'm looking forward to the morning. I'm looking forward to getting to meet these young people that are going to go out and make a difference. But I need to tell them right from the top that I'm not Moses at Pisgah. I don't have all the answers. And oh, by the way, I do make mistakes, and that's okay. They can make mistakes too. There's a Japanese saying, fall down 7 times, get up 8. And that's what we've got to do. Nobody's perfect. And if I would say something to every one of my students, the ones that try to be perfect hit the ground the hardest. You don't want to put unachievable burdens on your back. And you love your children. And you know at times that they can be very exhausting. And much of their exhausting nature may come from what they are doing. You want them to do well. You want them to succeed. But they have to realize, as we all do, every day is not a triumph. There are mistakes that are made, but then they're corrected. And I want to talk a little bit about you all. I know that some of you are anxious. And if you weren't, then I'd be surprised. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks. We don't know what's going to happen in 2 years. But what we do know, and what we can do something about, is be prepared for that. And for you, you're entering another identity kind of crisis. In a sense, you're going to be entering a process of redefinition of your lives too. You know, the fledglings are leaving the nest. And they have, because you did a good job, they have wings. And you will find they will soar. Years ago, I was talking to Sunita Williams, the astronaut, Sunita Williams. She was a Florida Tech student. And Sunita had just run the Boston Marathon, and the people at the table were having dinner over at Panther Dining. Said, oh, that's great, you ran the Panther, you know, the Boston Marathon. And Sunita said something quite wise. She said, no, running the marathon was not the big deal. Being ready to run the marathon, that's the big deal. And in some sense, that's what we try to do. It's not an instantaneous, wave-a-wand magical moment. It's a process of incremental development. And it's a process that, to this man who's done this for a while, is as close to magic as you'll ever see. Yesterday on the walking tour, Laura, are you here? I guess not. Laura Popovich, who was my student in the 1990s, introduced me to her son, who's studying mechanical engineering. I can't tell you how good that made me feel. Not just about myself, but about this university. For a former student, and then I met another one too, to bring their child back means that we didn't screw it up. And I worry about that. teaching's a challenge because what you say to one student, you may not say to the next because you really got to calibrate yourself to that particular person. Some of your children, I'll have checked out by then, will be sitting in this room or a new Gleason auditorium 40 years from now, bringing their children, your grandchildren. That's a really wonderful, as I said, magical thing. I should end on this note. I hope you've had the conversation. You're probably thinking, what is the conversation? Let me give you the three elements of it. One, I hope you've told them to separate the darks from the lights when they do the laundry. I've seen this, my friends. It's orangish-gray clothing that appears in this first week in September. It'll cost you money. That's conversation number one. Do have it. Conversation number two. Do not turn the dryer up too high. They will learn about a lesson in material science about elasticity and heat. And third, this used to be done in the 60s and 70s. They would have students, and you say, look to your left, look to your right. And then they'd say, they may not be here 4 years from now. Well, I want you to look to your left now and look to your right, because some of your in-laws are in this room. I don't want to shock you, but these young people breed. Almost 30 years ago, I took my son. I was doing a gig out at the University of Hawaii. I promised to end now. And I was working at the University of Hawaii, Manoa Valley. I don't know if you've been there. It's a great place at the East-West Center. And I am an ancient, underline, ancient surfer. And I took my son, Ben, I said, okay, Ben, on the far side of Diamond Head, there's this wonderful beach. The windsurfers own it until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But after that, these lovely sets come in. So Ben and I were out there on our boards, and I'm a longboard kind of guy. You could surf in a bathtub on the length of that board. And we're there, and I see this set coming in, and I looked at my son, and I said, okay, Ben, paddle like hell. And then we're up, and there's a bridge at the backside of Diamond Head, and I look over, and I see my son, and the sky is this vibrant blue, and I think to myself, I can get better than this. And then he cut me off, and I wiped out. Now, the lesson in this is you guys are surfers too. You're riding waves, and you've ridden this wave, and you've taught them how to stand up on the board, to put the wax on it, to look out for the coral that might be there. But they're on their wave now, and you're on your wave now. And God, it's great, because you're going there together. You've done so much over the years. You've cared, you've loved. And now, this hard thing, you're letting go. And there's no greater compliment than a parent can play to a child than the confidence that's in your heart that they will do just fine. God bless you all. I hope to see you at homecoming. Thank you so much. Go Panthers!